As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, a little bit earlier than usually, but I was at the ready, so let's hop on in. Let's make sure first though that everything's set up correctly, that I'm in the right categories, change the titles, set it to public, bit rates, and that my audio isn't broken. And yeah, the burden of standing at the range and I feel that should be the actual title of this season. It's the burden of standing at the range and grinding out Journey is now live. It's a season pass punishment. They don't highlight crime there. Maybe they're gonna do that next week. First things first. I already did this on my other accounts. We're on third account. I already did this for second account. Danny has a bunch of items and he's available now. That's why we're on third account. And let's go and get ourselves some of those Danny items. And also actually check the vendors on if there is anything usable to get maybe for this level 31 character. One of the things that Cassie has is actually on level 30. She has like 3 pieces of OD, a mask, a backpack, and a glove. So, seeing as like gear sets are really hard to get at level 30 without targeted, like getting the exact ones, like it's just full random. So, might be worth going and getting that. Yeah, let's go get Danny right away, and then we'll see from there. We're likely gonna swap back to main account in a bit. I want to actually play around a lot with the modifiers. I finished Journey 7 last night. Couldn't sleep. I had some work stuff to do. I kind of ran the game on my laptop, and in the background, kind of just
my friend's open for business.
Was like half reading through stuff and typing stuff out, and then once in a while toggling to my laptop and just and then just getting like a few hits in on someone. I got it then. This one has his own journey now, right? Yes. So it's somebody was talking about it maybe being already on Trello. I haven't checked Trello today. But that doesn't seem intended, I think, because also it's really easy to kind of exploit at the moment. It's interesting that this also finally made it there, but it's been on there for a bit. The Constitution Hall one. Yeah, so journey mission progress is not shared across. Yeah, this is added in 7 hours ago. So yeah, they were right when they were talking about that. Yeah, the bargain bundle has a placeholder indeed. And yeah, a bunch of stuff that was already here. So that journey mission likely will become, but you can actually abuse it now if you want to grind the season. One of the things I did today a little bit in the background is actually on character 2 and 3, just doing kind of journey 1 and 2 on them, because you get like, this is 2 levels. Each of these objectives is like 300 each. Interesting. At level 31, it's less. But yeah, it's you can just like do these 2 and you get like 5 levels from both of the journeys, and then like, let's say a little bit over 3 levels, depends on how much you have there. Another 3 levels there for each journey. So let's call it like 11 season levels. Pretty quickly, like it took me 40 minutes to get through a character and get them just journey 1 and 2 done on them, basically. Because both of those are pretty quick and easy. It's just, you know, set your world to normal and just run around and get them done. So you can get, yeah, you can just go you can kind of grind the season a lot faster. Because I share main account now, I think I'm like level 90. So do them all in the primary, right? No. So the one of the cool things that they did, because even for instance this character that shouldn't have a bunch of collectibles, they have a bunch. Actually, well, on this account I don't have much, but yeah, they definitely didn't, for instance, do, you know, Broken Wing season or stuff like that. As a level 31 character, they wouldn't even have access to this. The comms and collectibles have been made account wide. So every character gets all of them. There's also a little bit of a downside to that because, you know, you get, if you're re-leveling characters and stuff or going through the game, grabbing all of the collectibles would be like a level and a half. Like just grabbing all of the comms and artifacts and stuff like that along the way. So you won't have that, but yeah, you don't have to grind them up again. So those have been made account wide. And that also, yeah, the comms already, I checked yesterday. Still did it on the main character, and I likely still, or like on character 1, but where am I? What am I doing actually? Just a force of habit. I'm just going into a fight somewhere. No, the idea was to go meet Danny. Also, yeah, Danny has 2 exotic caches and 3 of the season caches, and also it's the correct season right away from the start of the season for once. This season seems they've gotten their shit together a little bit better than most seasons. Because honestly, only that journey is kind of like broken. Although as well, anything you unlock from the journey, so if you unlock the modifiers on one character, it's across all characters. So that part is shared.
You got something for me? So awesome what you did for us. It hasn't been
Let's get some of these.
crap without my glad we can make it medication.
And this is the level 31 character. This is the one I'm using every time to go get some of these exotic caches. Maybe we get something cool out of them. And as well, if it has like named caches or proficiency caches, those are kind of nice. One of the things I was thinking of as well, but I just don't think it's time-wise worth it. Because I'm pretty sure... I wouldn't mind actually trying it, although it's going to be annoying, right? I have to put everything away. Although, we can. If we get a journey done on this character and delete them and bring it back, it should be available again. Oh, actually the field proficiencies, or the show as blue. That's weird. Maybe we try that in a minute. Let's see actually what these give. Although this wouldn't be a good way to grind it, right? Because we can get like a field proficiency every 3 minutes if we really want to. with getting it from starting a new character, basically. Reward issues for Trello. I think they just gather them from wherever, you know, you kind of make them know it. One of the official places is, so there's a like an UB support kind of Discord. I'm not on it. I don't know much about it, but generally I just make other people the few times that I have one person that kind of, although I could ask him maybe if you really want to know. But I think he just reports it in that Ubisoft, there's like a channel per game, and anything like put up on there and such will, if it's actually a thing, will get moved up to the devs. Or well, at least to communications, and then hopefully from communications to that. Yep. And yeah, that the account-wide comms and stuff, it's funny as well. They didn't like, it's actually a pretty like cool thing. And they didn't like announce it at all. They didn't talk about it at all. At least, or I missed it. I was maybe talking during the live stream when they talked about it, but I don't think so. I feel somebody would have gone like, "Hey, dumbass, you missed them saying this." In the chat, if that was the case. That seems to be getting a better grip on the code base. Yeah. There's also some small alterations, which is like really weird. In if you're in a shared space, now your friends list is above the nearby list. It was always the other way around. Nearby was above the friends list. Which just seems like a weird thing to just change. Like, why? But it's at least good to see that they're kind of getting, they're finding the nooks and crannies. It is actually a nice thing, because most of the time you want your friends list. Like, if you have 10 people nearby, you have to just scroll through them. So I can kind of get it. But it's weird that was a thing. Indeed, Manter, the can't what comes are a great change. It also solved for me. I was one of the incursion comms was bugged for me, and that kind of annoyed me. And we really tried to it was the confirm from incursion, and people have been talking about it being you have to hit all 4 valves in a right fight, which I've done by accident. We've done that dozens of times and stuff. But maybe on the first one, that happened. Maybe we were on like a speedrun thing or something, and we skipped the loot and I didn't pick it up. So yeah, I didn't have that comment. That annoyed me, but I did have it on other characters. So it is also, it's all merged. So whatever you had on all of the characters kind of got passed around. I'm gonna buy this pistol just to have. It's not a bad pistol. Also, I have a bunch of credits. Oh, that's the annoying thing. That's why I don't want to delete this character per se, do I? Although, well, this credits, I was farming the loot goblin for first sight and then selling all the other things. So it's not too bad to get that back. And yeah, at level 30, actually, Cassie has, if you're someone that cares about those things and does watch alt runs and stuff, Cassie actually has some OD parts on level 30, but not 31. So. Every time I look at this thing at the gear set, because now I'm actually also with that headshot there, that actually reminds me, one of the things we could do with it is make a drone hybrid with like the headhunter version, because we could likely get enough damage out of it, and then we would have headhunter swap speed Elmo. I already have good Elmos. Oh, this is the new Rusty. Let's donate all the junk in our trunk. And easy. Also, cool to see you as for those that are maybe on Twitch a bit and stuff. As he has been streaming more recently, and yeah, it's cool to see. It's cool to see. Are you liking it so far, Ezzy? Yeah, open that in the stash. These two get deconstructed because I have much better ones than those already. Yeah, let's first get all of the caches on this account, and then let's maybe do one of the journeys on this character and then recycle them and see if we can do the journey. I mean, it has to be per character. It's not going to be suddenly that is per character slot, but let's confirm that, because I would love to know that for maybe because tomorrow I'm actually gonna do.
Thank you for recovering Theo Parnell.
Last season I didn't really talk about the modifier as a video,
Cassandra.
Mostly because I feel it was pretty straightforward. Like,
try not to kill her. She has a lot of explaining to do.
It doesn't need it. For this one, I'm gonna make an only tips. We'll make that tomorrow afternoon for tomorrow evening.
Thank you for recovering Theo Parnell. I'll probably regret this sooner or later. We need to find Kelso. Cassandra.
With our SHE requisitions.
But with everything that's happened, I don't expect her to just come back to the White House. Just try not to
And then now
kill
as well,
her.
we get more from each white point.
We owe her that much.
Agent, Cassandra left you a message in East Mall.
And we got 5k now from
Safe area detected.
from 50 points. That's kind of nice. And especially as well, you no longer need to do credits at all.
What can I help you find?
It's also, I'm not sure actually if we do, because the other one I want to do is maybe do a video and just talk about the things that have actually changed for us with the season. Kind of highlight the comms changes, highlight how to grind the journey, but then also as well kind of highlight stuff like that where the SHD watch points, yeah, scavenger points is one of the ones on the list already. Where the you know, just by printer filaments, it's still like 1% better if you do it with currency, but screw sitting around and doing that for hours. What was the journey also supposed to be? So in the Trello, they have it as a bug. So hopefully that will get changed. Because also it's kind of exploitable at the moment. You can get really far into the season by just doing the journey on multiple characters. The journey gives you a lot of season levels. So
Safe area entered.
letting you, you know, I'm on main account, I'm already level 90, which I wouldn't recommend doing, but I was kind of curious if I could kind of, we can still do the season in one day, like if I had actually spent yesterday doing all of that. Yeah, as a sheer acquisition. And then I'm curious about a thing here, so we're gonna do that for now. Just we're gonna level that level 31, or well, we're gonna do the journey on them, and then recycle them, and then check if the journey is there again, basically.
Your business is
I don't think that's a useful thing overall. I just want to know. Yeah. Yeah, one of the so this is also important to kind of know, and also like we need to get this out to people. The first time you load into a character, that's the things for the journey don't register. So yesterday I had the issue where I was crafting some stuff and it wasn't counting. You have to basically log in, log out, and then log in. Then it counts. It's super weird and it's super annoying. But yeah, we had it's like people in the chat yesterday as well going like, I've done public and it didn't count. I did this. But yeah, you have to basically log out once and then back in before it starts counting anything. And I've made sure that that is also the case by checking it on the other characters.
Safe area detected.
Or like on. So yeah, here as well, we've logged out and in once already on this character, otherwise it wouldn't count. So what we need is, let's track this. I want to also see if those are just normal field proficiency caches. They show as blue there, but that doesn't mean anything per se. That's what else. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, welcome to the club. But that's half the point. It's much more about just, you know, you just have fun, and then hopefully people have fun with you. What do you think of the new gear sets? It's loads of fun. It's overall, it can be very powerful. I think it is a really good addition to the game. It might be a little bit too powerful, especially with the chest. But also at the end, oh yeah, I need to craft gear. At the end of the day, healing isn't that powerful. It is very useful and handy, but it isn't like game-changingly powerful. For instance, I don't think it's going to change how we, at least for like myself, how we do legendaries or stuff like that. Oh, I should craft Yal gear. Might as well get some Yal parts. Although I think I'm on 999. Because if you're not familiar with it, you can craft Yal purple. It doesn't cost any. You can then deconstruct it for Yal. But of course, the vendors are much better. But Yal isn't on the clan vendor every week. So if you like need a few parts and it's not been on the vendors for a bit, You can always craft purple Yao. Usually at level 40, you just don't upgrade your... Like at level 40, you just decline upgrading it to high end.
Try making leather. That hard.
That counted, right? Yeah, so let's deconstruct items. I don't know already what the list was. So propagandas, loot, and control points. So let's go do all that. What's a quick and easy one? Also, I mean, I wanted to go for this, but this is under assault. So, let's go here. We'll get the public along the way. Like the backpack, I don't use the chest. For solo play, I can see the backpack, but I see it more as a really good group item. So I like to run a thing I quite often call combat medics. To me, it's kind of the same principle with that one. You can do some healing and you can do some damage, and on this one as well, you just kind of focus on the damage and the healing just happens, which is kind of cool. But yeah, at the end of the day as well, you're very, with healing, more so than in other games, you're very reliant. I mean, in all games, you're reliant on your teammates. There's an old saying that always has been around for healers, and that is that you can only heal, you can only heal people, you can't heal their stupidity. Or, usually more shortened to you can't heal stupidity. In Division, like, doesn't matter how much you heal for, if people don't know what a health gate is, and they stand in front of a sniper, they that
That's it, right?
there's nothing you can do for him. Oh, did this take this to 2? No. So let's try and get this journey. Although, this gives XP, of course, as well. Huh. That's interesting, because I'm gonna level 32 before I likely have these done. That's fine though. Well, it'll answer our question, because we can also start on 30. We can do the boost to 30 instead. And also, I don't think this is like worthwhile thing to do. I just want to know what those field proficiency caches are, if it is repeatable multiple times, which I can't see why it wouldn't be. But we've been surprised before. Anyways, I think my season level is bugged. It's going to take forever for me to get to 100. What do you think is bugged about it? This season, especially if you're kind of doing the journey and stuff, and then... Let's keep in mind that the season pass is kind of meant for a lot of the season. Because past, like, yeah, you get... Once you get to 69 to get the Oxpecker, you have gotten the glove and the thing, so you don't need to, like, speed run the rest of it.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected.
Well, actually, no, likely I'm not gonna. I'm kind of looking at that bar as if it's like level 40 bar, but yeah, no, this thing's gonna give me like 30k XP or something, right? I like a little bit. You know if the Flatline talent has a range? The Flatline talent itself, no. Pulsing with the linked laser pointer is very inconsistent past like 25 meter or 55 meters, not 25. But around like the 50 meter mark, the linked laser pointer Because the thing is as well, it's not like just 100% of the time it doesn't work past that. A lot of people say like past 60 it doesn't work at all. But sometimes if you like do ADS a lot and stuff, you can even like mark somebody at like 100 meters. But the linked laser pointer at 65 or 55 plus becomes very inconsistent. So that's more the limitation. But a normal pulse would go way further if you have them with maybe something else. Or if you trigger it with like the flatline. Because flatline now pulses as well, of course, after a few kills. That will work as well. Okay, so that's control points. So 3 propagandas. Can we get that before? Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to loot.
Supply room access unlocked.
I of course deconstruct everything from the floor. That doesn't count as looting for this. That's 3 items. Although actually, it's not gonna count the mod, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't count the mod. So that was just 2 items. Because it's gear and weapons, usually when they're talking about items. Yeah, so we need 3 propagandas. Hopefully. Oh yeah, that's gonna also be a thing, of course. This character doesn't have one there. One there. Actually, why am I doing it like this? That one's likely a good one. Yeah. Let's get start there. Let's see. And a headhunter. The link is worth
Hostile
yeah.
broadcast picked up.
I got it from the because that's usually the thing, of course. But that's very inconsistent past like the 55 meter mark. Sometimes you just ADS in and out. Even under ranges, sometimes you're ADSing and it doesn't mark. What you have to do is just drop ADS and ADS again. That will work. A handy tip as well is like if you're in any action, like even reviving something or going up a ladder, if you actually hold the ADS button, it will actually ADS people, or it will actually pulse people, even if you're kind of like opening a crate or whatever, you know, or reviving someone. So even if you're in a action. It's actually a thing maybe I should put in things and stuff. That's not mine. Because like even if you're in here, if you like press and hold the ADS button, it just ADSs like, or it or pulses enemies. That's what I mean to say, of course. That's it's interesting that yeah, the modifier is even here and such. Well, that's kind of the point as well. People get it during leveling. Well, did you complete the journey? I did complete it on main account, on the first character of main account. It's very grindable, but that's also kind of like not the biggest fan. Wait, there's a thing. Oh, did I already pick up the key? I mean, it says insert key, so I already have it. I was like, where's the key? It's in my pocket. And yeah, I kind of did it. I couldn't kind of sleep last night, so I just did it in the background. I was actually doing it on my laptop with a controller, and I was just like doing some work on the. I was just kind of half typing with my left hand and just like hitting things like just firing cams and throwing seekers and stuff with like half a hand each. You could also, yeah, macro it and stuff. I didn't want to go that far. But yeah, it's definitely, if you really want to do it, it's basically doable in like 8 hours or something. But also, nothing of it is so hard that you have to grind it that way. Everything would just be also things that if I just played the game, I would get done. I would need to run certain builds at certain times and, you know, make sure I have the right mods and stuff, but
Control point nearby. This is the darkest tower
none of that needs to be grinded.
for centuries.
But yeah, it's annoying that it can be, because yeah, like me, and there will be other dumbasses which will go and do it that way. Wouldn't say it's a recommended way to do it per se. And hey there, caller. Was a solid level 31 build. So for instance, on this one, I have just the high end. This works pretty well. On my second account, where I actually have it at level 30, I do have a memento there. Memento, you can't, at least maybe this season changed it. We'll mess around a little bit with that. But last season, definitely, and likely still, you can't get the memento at level 30 anymore. Or 30 or below 40, basically. Any non-40 level. A memento would be really cool if I add one on this again, but I don't. But yeah, just make a high end that works pretty well. Just a high end red. Getting if you're actually looking for, because there is actually a ways to get high end gear and such. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Otherwise, I'll link to the YouTube there. On the YouTube, I've actually, if you search on the YouTube for watch alts, I have several videos, and one of the newest one, make sure that it is the newest one, basically just by date. That one goes into how to farm for gear, because you can get field proficiency caches in a certain way, which can get you weapons. Also now as well, you can go for first sight from the loot goblin. Because first sight, even though it's like not the best weapon, you know, it's a high end, it drops with decent stats, and you know, in sync is really good. That's why also, for instance, here I'm going with an in sync weapon. He doesn't drop high end gear, but then there's a way at Brooklyn Bridge, that side mission there. There's a way to farm for high ends there that gets explained in that video. Because it's kind of hard to get high-end gear at below 40. And yeah, also the vendors. That's also why I have these characters nowadays at level 30 and 31. So this one's at level 31 on this account, and then level 30 on second account. Just so I can check the vendors each week. Also, I go and get Danny and stuff on level 30. Just to get some of the exotics. But all of those things are also in that video, if you like. Because I'm kind of throwing a lot of information at you, but it's also all in that watch out video. So go watch that if you're. One of the things you can do as well is maybe go for a headhunter or style or something. I like just shootables. I don't want a headhunter and such. Also, I'll use DZ method, where headhunter itself is very limited in the DZ. It's just 5 seconds, so it doesn't work that well for. And seeing as I'm using the DZ method usually, but you can also go for something like headhunter style, but I don't wanna. Because you could also go a little bit more yellow and have the turret and drone do a lot of the work for you.
Progress resumed.
The Explorer is my favorite. Good to hear. Actually, I'll mess around with that. I have it. I've reached the level for it. I haven't unlocked it yet. We'll both add it to the burst and sustain tables. And check if it, make sure that nothing has changed between PTS and now, stat-wise on it. And then we'll go play around with it, likely.
Override required.
I've heard a lot of people around these
It's
parts
2 out of 3. I still need to loot an item. Sure, why am I not going just here? No one there. This might be one, but annoyingly, it's a question mark. So There's one here. As this one would be one if there was one there, but yeah, let's go do that one. That's the easiest to get to. Also, maybe we get the goblin along the way. Anyway, Boeing. How's the Lexington nerf looking? Not too bad. Lexington is still the highest high end in damage, and then on top of that, of course, it has a long rail. It has much better handling than second place, which is the FAMAS. It is still better than the FAMAS and in handling and stuff and damage. So, like at best, you could say. At best, you could say like it's like a 50 RPM less or something, but nobody cares. If you have a Lexington high-end AR-wise, like that's the one too.
Identified.
31, but doesn't seem to work anymore. No, you can get Pestilence just at level 31. Also, yeah, you have priority objectives even as well. It's pretty easy actually to get a bunch of exotics. That's also how I have this Pestilence. Reconfiguring like we used to, reconfiguring down is no longer an option. The crafting table needs to be high-end, and you don't get that till level 40. So, those options are gone, but there's a lot of, there is new things we can do. Because getting a pestilence and stuff isn't too hard. Like, the priority objectives are just available. I could literally just... I could go do this, whatever this is. It is Descent. Actually, yeah, Countdown and Summit wouldn't be available to this character, right? So it's always going to be Descent, right? Thinking about it. Or can we get Countdown there when this character can't go there? I've never actually, like, picked activity because why would we, generally? Yeah. Open to not level. Check over the tracking. Track this. You bastards.
Manual override required.
Yeah, let's once again override Manuel. Don't know who this Manuel guy is, but he keeps getting in our way. We have to override him. Why does Isaac even listen to him? Supposed to be my buddy Isaac, not Manuel's. Oh yeah, we need to loot that item. That's journey 1 then. Did we do journey 2 as well? No, right? We just... yeah. Because what I want to see is... we're gonna complete journey 1, claim our rewards. See what we get. Because it's weird that these are purple. Okay, we still get high ends out of these. This still wouldn't be worth it though for getting proficiency caches. Maybe if you're getting, because you're getting some season XP and stuff along the way as well. So there is that. But also, I'm gonna just equip some of this so we can put the other stuff in the stash. Oh, that doesn't matter. We just need a mask. Like, actually, let's not do this out here. Let's go back here. Unit expertise at 28, very nice. What's my go-to build for conflict? I don't conflict much at all, honestly. So yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask, basically. It's I do want to get back into it, but I've been saying so for like 2 seasons, and I haven't yet. So oh yeah, we want to put that in the stash. But yeah, let's actually get all of these other items back into the stash. We're gonna delete this character and see, which I'm pretty certain, but yeah, we should, as always, of course, test before we talk. Otherwise, we're no better than certain people. So we just need a mask. Whatever. Oh no, this is just to get those items back into the stash so we don't accidentally delete our good items. So let's doubly make sure that nothing on them is of any value that I want to keep or anything. No, everything is one slot, so they can't be carrying anything. Yeah, let's give them the good old delete, and then let's see if when we make another character that they also get the so new agent. Why don't you make it level 30 for a second just to go get those OD pieces? Yeah, let's do that. And let me catch up here as well. The first side, if you're good at hitting headshots, overall just any high-end red would work well, or strikers. If you're good at hitting headshots, like just, yeah. But keep in mind that that AK, like, yeah, it's harder to hit headshots with an AK, so. It's a weird combination that they put there, because also the first sight has a much worse reload. It has basically a 0.5 second longer reload, which
Priority mission highlighted.
kind of sucks, quite honestly. But that's the downside of it. It gets that plus headshot, but it also gets a longer reload.
Over here,
So
agent.
you can definitely just run it to make it proficient and stuff. It's not an unusable weapon. It'll just fit on strikers actually, just to get that handling.
Agent,
Maybe.
follow me.
Also, yeah, if you're going for headshots, as the comic says there, Bighorn is a much better tool.
Jump over it.
If you're kind of good at hitting headshots and you are already going for headshots, a Bighorn will be much stronger. Oh, actually, yeah, we don't get modified here. Is it available? No. Wait, do we not get modified till 30? Thought you already had it like at low levels.
Watch your flank.
Or maybe it's once we get to the White House or something.
Keep moving. Don't stay in one spot for too long.
Could you get hit by a grenade? Thank you, Mr. Dela Cruz.
Agent.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kill this last guy as well. Just always feel bad leaving him alive otherwise. Killed all his friends, might as well kill him too.
Gonna be okay.
Another big one. Yeah. Big one is very grindable if you really want to get it. Floor 10 on Summit with legendary. Yeah.
We expected coffee in the morning.
It can still take a little bit of a while because yeah, random is random, but it's not too hard of a thing to get.
We still live in fear of the
That's
virus,
already said as well.
the green poison.
Something like 50 attempts. That's actually
The real danger
that's actually
is out
you got
there,
pretty unlucky there. I feel
waiting.
it's technically a 1 in 20, but of course that means that for every person that to get that kind of average, for every person that gets it on their first run, there is somebody that gets it on their 40th basically. So technically 39th, but. And then yeah, for instance, Enrager got pretty unlucky with 50, even more than that.
Incoming alert. On an SHD emergency
Just go to the
channel.
bus
Flash
and
priority.
The base of operations is
For the
under
gear,
attack.
what you need to do is leave one NPC. Yeah, kill the boss, leave one NPC alive, but you need to go back to the lobby and then back up. It's not about wiping because the boss will only drop loot once for that boss room. But you bypass that by going back to the lobby and back up. Because dying and wiping, that is for that used to be the old XP grinding. You can still do that for field recon and stuff, but you need to go back to the lobby after the boss kill for the boss to drop loot again. Or you need to basically, just like leave. But the best way to leave is just to go to the lobby and go back up for the boss.
All government personnel.
And you need to leave one enemy alive, and that makes it that you haven't cleared it. So that when you go back to the lobby, it's still at the boss fight, and then you go back up and you get to kill the boss again, and then
I've got eyes on a
cycle
division
back.
agent heading north toward the White House. Looks like they've cut down a group of hyenas and are headed this way.
Agent, if you can hear us on this frequency, keep pushing forward and blindside these bastards.
So do not so some following to get the big horn. Yeah, although that's still, I mean, yeah, it's still more doable than some of the other things. Especially if you can have a group, if you have any maybe clanmates willing to help you or others. I don't know if you're on PC, I would even be like willing to help if like there are people out there that want it. Because when you're in a group, of course, every person has a 1 in 20. If they have it already and don't need it and are willing to, you know, trade for it or share it. Because in a lot of cases as well, you can of course trade for it because, you know, if you get an exotic or something during that run, you just, and that isn't the big horn, you can just still give them that so that they still even have their exotic component. Or even save your SHG requisition for that, to just trade them one back basically. But especially in a group setting is of course a little bit easier. That's clearing the floor. Basically, you just want the boss, his loot, and then you go back to the lobby to reset the boss and his loot for the next one. You get the ritual sprite from the exotic chest if I haven't crafted it first. No. All of the items that have crafting as part of it, so that, Nemesis, Liberty, Chatterbox. There's a 4th weapon, right? I'm blanking on it. And Ridgeway and stuff like that. All of those are not in your exotic pool, nor in the targeted pools, until you get them once. Getting them once, generally that means like, you know, getting them in that way. It can also be shared to you if somebody else gets it and shares it to you. That will also kind of put it in your loot pool. But yeah, generally getting it the first time is from the project, unless you're in a clan or something and somebody shares it to you, or you're with friends and stuff. Let's get a turret and a drone.
Bye.
And we need to be up to this point, and then from this point we can go into here, use our boost, our infinite boost, and boost to level 30 in this case. What I was wondering as well, why I'm doing like this DC start instead of just starting in New York at 31, or at, well, you start at 30 but you become 31 right away, is I want to actually have a 30 character because Cassie has a few ongoing directive pieces. Ongoing directive might be a good just set to put together. We don't have, of course, access to like Striker or Heartbreaker or Hunter's Fury or stuff like that at low level. So OD is actually, you know, especially it's in its newer incarnation, actually a pretty strong choice.
Agent,
but farming for OD would be hell, and really only the clan vendor and Cassie have
Entering safe
have
area.
gear set pieces. So actually I should have done some prep. So let's sell this.
My inventory, thanks.
Because what we also need is actually some currency, which I currently don't have, of course. Oh, actually, well, the first thing we can check is if the journey... Why did the game go silent there? Game went very quiet for a second. Thought my audio broke. Might have as well, actually. I don't know. Let's get some... So journey, fresh journey. So you could technically do this over and over again if you really wanted to. Would this be good? I mean, it is like, because if you did journey 1 and 2, that is like 10 levels if you really wanted to also get some season XP. And then you also get a few field proficiency caches for some items. Although, yeah, the field proficiency caches, you could get them a lot faster with just cycling a character at when we start. As an option. Might actually highlight that in some way. Yeah. We need some of the mods and stuff. I should have actually done this before. I'm gonna swap characters and craft a bunch of stuff, put it in the stash so that this guy can sell it. Oh, well, this gal can sell it with this one. And so that they have some money, because then we can go to Cassie. If you're on PC, you could also always, because there are sometimes people that kind of are looking for that. Some of the discords and stuff, you could. I've seen from time to time people like LFGing for looking for group for people to do that with, for instance. So wait, oh yeah, that's what. It's like what was I doing? Yeah, I do need to upgrade the bench for that, right? Or do I actually? How much do these sell for? How much does a purple name sell for? And let's say here 660. That's kind of fine. I want to keep this guy's thing purple. I'm gonna go find my macro for a second and then just let the macro run it. Because I have a crafting macro that just does this. And yeah, we're just crafting a bunch of these. I'm gonna mark them all as junk, put them in the stash so that the other character can sell them. This is a okay-ish way to transfer some money across. We could also, of course, yeah, if you've just done a countdown run or something, you could dump that in the stash. But and they did one too. And thanks for thanks for reminding people to do the algorithm things.
I should try making leather. Can't be that hard.
So 660, so 5 would be 3K-ish and a bit. Okay, so we do need a bunch of these though. Not sure how much it costs actually, because yeah, it's not level 40 gear, of course, so it's actually likely cheaper on Cassie. Let's just grab a bunch of these. Briefly explaining on what you're doing. So at the moment we're just doing kind of a little bit of testing. So I just wanted to see as well if the journey, because yeah, it is now per character, but if it's also not per se per character slot, Not much in this game is per character slot, but just to be sure. So we could actually repeat the journey over and over again with starting a fresh character and get them as well at level 30 and stuff. And get some field proficiency caches for getting, especially for watch alt runs is kind of the setup there. I wanted to know that for sure that it like can be done. It's still not a good way, but yeah, you can get some seeds. Because those first two journeys, you can do it like in like 30 minutes. Journey 1 and 2. You can like kind of do it in maybe 40 minutes at worst. Because yeah, we don't have like end game builds. I can't have Eclipse running around here. But and as well, we're kind of setting up a character to have some credits. So here I'm crafting. We're gonna just put this all in the. Oh, we have F70. That's enough. I'm just gonna mark these all as young, and you can instantly do that with that button. Nice thing, we have bigger stash space now as well. All of these go in there. Yeah, actually, I'm kind of looking as well if I see the new. The new talent there. No. This is the way that other characters can sell it for some currency. And we're also going to go get Cassie. Go get some items from Cassie at level 30. Just as well for watch alt runs. So I keep pressing the wrong button there because of Div 1. Because it's different. But partially it's just some testing and just getting some stuff from the vendors.
Safe area entered.
For watch alt runs. That icon being somewhere else. Yeah, we just always cover them up. That way I know which characters. Okay, here we can just sell junk. Getting 46k out of it. Because that way, likely we used up a few hundred resources. And then kind of like 60k maybe on that character just to transfer it to this character for 46k. Oh yeah, we don't have Cassie. Journey is bugged. We're separate per character. That was shared. Yeah, that seems to, well, currently it is separate. It is, each character has it separately. You can also kind of abuse that to get through the season very fast. So there are some benefits, but yeah, it's mostly a downside, of course. Keep in mind that the unlocks, if you unlock any of the modifiers, those are account-wide. So you don't per se need to do you only really need to do it on one character because the thing that matters most is getting the modifiers, right? Once you get those, it's unlocked for all of the characters, but then they're separate now. And it's on the Trello already as a bug, so it's already being looked at. Should maybe just capture this just to be sure that, yeah, let's go see if Danny has his stuff, and then otherwise we need to capture that. Control-P. I want to seize my phone now. Yep. And one of the things you can do to really fly through the season is if you do, because the journey, for instance, I've already gotten Journey 7 done, so it's very doable in a day. I'm a dumbass though, and I've just grinded it out and mindlessly. I don't recommend actually doing it because it's not needed, but I want to make a video on the modifiers tomorrow, so I kind of, wanted to have them all there. But then if you repeat it, if I were to do that basically on 2 characters, each character kind of gets like, because each of those, actually each journey is, well, you'd have to do 6 out of 8, so 6 times like 300. Which is 1800. And then you also get like 2.5 for the journey itself. Although I think that's with the plus percentages, I think. So you get 4 levels basically per journey. So times 7, that is 32, sometimes 4. 28. So I guess you're about 28 levels just there. But you can also just do journey 1 and 2 if you have multiple characters. Then he has this. Let's actually check this. Because I have a... It seems especially having this control point captured kind of makes Danny work. Because this seems to like work as a blockade for him. This might be actually the reason for his oftentimes not showing his inventory there. So let's try it actually. Because somebody brought this up and then I started kind of looking back and thinking about like when does and doesn't Danny show. And one of the things is, yeah, maybe the control, because some of these control points especially will be green, especially if you do the Wony start. This control point will be green when you fast travel to DC. So...
Hate these drones!
Also, we don't need Danny. What am I doing? We've already got Danny. I'm a dumbass. You might not have inventory because we've taken it already. We need to go to Cassie. But yeah, the journey being separate is already on the Trello board. They added it today on the Trello board, so which is where they track kind of or show which bugs they're working on and stuff. So I wouldn't believe for a second that it's intended to be that way. So hopefully they'll get it fixed. You can choose your journey. Yeah, very much so. That's why I'm also done with it. Jennifer, you can do in the shooting range. Yeah, I did exactly that last night. So couldn't sleep, so just got the journey all the way done. Was a really bad idea and kept me up way too late.
I've got what you need right here.
Because Cassie has this backpack. Also, actually, I might buy 2 of them, one for the library. Oh, there's also for the library one, maybe. Because she doesn't sell gear sets at level 31, so only at level 30. Yeah, let's take that and this. And one of these. So that's the ones we keep. But let's definitely buy one of that and one of this as well, extra. For library. One of these for the library. We already have a level 31 version, I think, right? Don't care about those stats. No, we don't even have enough currency for that.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Being able, OD would actually be a good set if we could get all of the pieces together. But honestly, the only real way is from the vendors if you're going for that. So add those actually into this character's level 30 library. Actually, I'll take the pistol damage. Not that we need the level 30 library anymore, really. It's much easier to set up at level 31 than you have the level 40 library available to you. Been a while since I've added shit to a library. Doesn't happen much anymore. And yeah, we'll also have to see if they actually touch it being able to be done. But Because even before that as well, like even on Journey 3, a lot of it can be done in the range, but you just have to go get the skills. But especially 4 and further, yeah, you can just do it mostly in the range even. Not much more than last season. These one require just PP. Exactly, they're a lot more simple. It's just get kills. You basically get a stacking buff to go with their stacking buffs. Okay, there's more items I need to buy from the vendors, actually, it turns out, maybe. Because we could get... Wait, why is this headshot even showing up? This shouldn't show up as an extractable stat. This thing should just be at the max. Always. Or actually, well, I don't know, it does show actually how much of the bar you have, right? So I have like this much of the normal headshot, but I can't extract this. So it's kind of out of place there. Just quickly check these so I kind of know how much. I'll come back for these later. But now so we know, the journey is definitely per character, and you could recycle characters and do the journey over and over again if you really wanted to. But that doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh, more stats to get. Oh, even more stats to get. Actually, nah. Thing is as well, high ends outside of the main stats as well. Oh yeah, we don't have castle actually, of course. Outside of their main stats, also they have higher armor. So. You made the refractor build yet? No, not yet. I do have the pieces ready, and actually will likely make one in a minute. At least slap one together and kind of just go and play around with it for a minute. But yeah, that's when we swap to mannequins. I remember. Ninja activities, including chest and to impress technician capacitor and third turn. I think it's backpack talent wise, just combined arms is really good. Just as good as vigilance is on the shooty end. I would think actually, instead of, because 2-piece Empress gets you, well, in my opinion, less than you would get just Hana Yu plus Shiny Monkey. Because you get 5, but you also get skill haste, and you also get skill duration, which is much more useful than skill health. But giving up that backpack bonus it kind of hurts always. Like Ninja Bike always has that issue. The setup I'm likely going to go for is without the chest and go for having it have damage. Basically, it's a drone build, just a chest and a backpack that kind of works with it, and then 4 pieces of refractor for the bonus, and just mess around with that for a bit. I wouldn't mind also running it in maybe mortar version, mortar plus hive version. Comes might have fixed the bug because we're missing puppeteer. Comes birdie settling out. Well, you should see maybe if it's or well, have you already tried the mission? Because even for instance, if maybe one character is bugged, you could now try it on, like if you have multiple characters on multiple characters. Did we need to check anything more on this character? Not particularly. Yeah, we need to put those items in the stash. That's what I was. Let's get that away. Let's put that away. Let's put that away. Because likely as well, we won't actually even use this character. We'll likely do a level 31 start when we actually turn this into a watch out. It's likely on this account I will need a watch out. But even there, doing like Journey 1 and stuff that we did, we already have a few unlocks available there. Did I want to check anything else on this account? Not really, right? I got all my requisitions. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Let's go to main account. Back there. And first of all, I'm going to grab the Oxpecker. We need to get its stats into oh yeah, for Natrello. This was already a journey mission. Progress is not shared across characters, and it's in progress. Also, yeah, it's planned for the very next batch, basically. And this was added like 8 hours ago, so it just got added. Yeah, we need to add the Oxpecker to the SMGs here. Actually, log in first when we... That was some bad typing there. Not that I'm a good typer, but... And yeah, let me catch up here. Even more so. Let me update. And hey there, amazing Peter. You probably heard the notice. Thank you for all your build, guys, and what you do for the division community. Well, thanks. Thanks for the thanks. And yeah, thanks for the kind words. And yeah, glad you like it. And yeah, I enjoy making it and stuff as well as messing around with stuff. It forces me to actually kind of improve my own knowledge and such as well. So I quite enjoy it and glad that others do as well. But yeah, thanks for the kind words. Purpose replace where you were the new season drops. I mean, last season, who you jump in like for one mission. I mean, yeah. I don't think they do it on purpose, though. Mostly because it does also still affect their reputation anyway. So it's just making games is hard. Like even like humongous teams like Rockstar and stuff. You know, GTA 5 has been getting patch lists like every few months for like years. And every time stuff is getting fixed in there. Stuff is getting added, of course, as well. But even a game like that has like bugs that have existed since the start. Yeah, let's grab that character. Let's go and add it. And then yeah, Division doesn't even have like that big of a team. But if you want to benefit from it, yeah, benefit from it. I'm likely actually on second and third account. I'm just gonna go slowly through the both the season, because actually our main accounts already Journey 7 is done. I just grinded it out at the range last night, just in the background. One of the things is as well, when you're doing that there, for a lot of it, you don't need to even be really present. Like one of the things I had for like this momentum and stuff and such, I was literally holding a controller over here, and I was kind of like moving, or I had a control like on my desk, and I was just like reading through stuff I needed to read through on the other screen, and just once every few seconds I was like pressing the button to fire an Oxy. So it's very grindable if you want to, but also you don't need to. Because as well, like this is, you know, this is for a whole season. It's for 12 weeks. Dumbasses like me doing it in a day, or other dumbasses as well doing it in a day. That's not per se the recommended way to do it. But yeah, that does give me a few options. That's why also I was like, let's just get it done. We get to have the glove. Gotta love the glove. I wonder if even like one person gets that. We get to love the glove, and we gotta love our picker. And we do both. So we get the glove and we get the picker. And first things first, let's put this in the stash. And yeah, crit chance, crit damage. This thing actually looks pretty good. Let's actually optimize that one up. So I'm gonna pull up on resources as well for it. Also, this character has... Actually, all my characters have 500. This character has 1,000 points that I could spend, and even still have reserves. So I'll just spend the price there. Keep the original one. Actually, gonna put it in the stash for now because we're gonna likely go play around with it, but I'm gonna do so on a different character. But here for the Pecker. Do I have a build with Gunner? Should have SMG, right? Yeah. Let's double check the... I need 2 blue cores. Also, I need it to be not striker, actually. So let's break up the striker parts. One more blue core. This is the new meta. But yeah, it's the meta for checking if the damage numbers are correct, which is just that we equip to have exactly 100 specific weapon damage plus all weapon damage. That way we can just take this number, divide this by 2, and that's the base. If you were ever wondering, you know what will allow that? As Automod didn't like grab my pecker as a sentence there, but see, as I just said it, let's not be hypocrites. Love gloving. If you don't know, there's like a really old N64 game, and this was kind of a meme in some gaming cultures for a while. And the game was called Glover. It's actually a pretty good, like, you know, Mario 64 kind of game, like an open, well, not open world, but like level based puzzler / platformer. But their tagline for it was "Gotta love the glove," and there's also like they had a bunch of commercials, but also it even was sponsoring one WWE event, and there's like one of the famous announcers from WWE is going, "This is brought to you by Glover, and you gotta love the glove, and WWF really loves the glove." It's just so silly. That became a meme, and like, yeah, if you know, you know, kind of deal. But I feel, yeah, with this Exodus glove here and it now being full red, we gotta love the glove. Best Parnoma, so I think they will bring it back. Most of the stuff, they've been rotating. They've been rotating a bunch of stuff, especially if it's been popular through the apparel. So of course it's going to be paid version. You'll have to pay for it, but it will likely come back in some, or well, most of the things are like, especially the popular ones. Some of the less popular ones maybe, you know, less so, but if they can make money, they will. If they really wanted to like make money and stuff, there's so much more monetization they could do here. I'm actually happy that they don't, because it would be so easy. Like, hey, do you want 5 times XP all the time? Pay us $10 for a week, 5 times XP booster that you buy for like $10. If they really wanted to monetize it in a horrible way, they could do that. And that would, for me, that would be instant. Like, that would be I would voice it first. If it stayed like that, I would leave. Because that's, for instance, as well what some other games that I have left have done, like horrendous things like that, and just you come to a point where you go like, me and this game can't go through the same door anymore, and you just go do something else. Yeah, let's actually, do I have, oh yeah, of course I have. We have this one. Because in this one, which is the PTS version, we already added in the UXSpecker. Let's make sure that this is still the same. 92207 is this number divided by 2. Is this number false? Did I have an input and incident there? No. Is this the same base as the MP7? It is the same base as the MP7. Let's grab an MP7. Well, actually, wait, let me double check that our stat-wise we're 70 plus. Oh, the weapon itself is not optimized, of course. That will be likely the culprit. 811. True. Okay, so it's basically the same as here. What I'm actually going to do is just be lazy and take that. Insert one row above. Put that here. Put that here. Oh yeah, also these are, oh yeah, those are all fixed now. Nice. I don't even have to mess around with that. So one row above. All we need to do is make, oh, actually, not sure I better kind of working on this. We're gonna just add it into the exotic pile here. Best way is likely just to do the whole thing. We do and then and there, and then sort everything. Actually, is this in order already? Yeah, this is that one. Okay, that's why I put it there, of course. Later, sort ranged advancer. And this one's G. Z to A. Okay. Except the magazine size changed. Because yeah, it lost that headshot mod, it gained that's only gonna affect this really. Or well, actually it might also affect the data sort ranged G. It will also affect the sustain numbers. But enough for it to, yeah. It is enough for it to not be in that order. Okay. Thing about it, of course, is on these lists, these lists aren't actually that useful for exotics, especially because it's the base numbers, the mods matter. With the high ends, at least, like we have similar mods for everything, and that's why we also highlight the -1 mod. But here, of course, everything has different mods and stuff. But what we can definitely say is, you know, everything else has a damage talent. This thing doesn't, at least in the SMGs. But then it has utility, right? Like that's the benefit of it. I think actually this will be a cool item to run here and there. This is MG. Yeah, actually, oh, That was dumb of me. I should have re-rolled it first and then optimized. Because we're gonna lose the optimization here. On the actually it does have the blueprint already, right? It already had with PTS, so yeah. The blueprint is on the season track. So one of the things I've already seen, somebody had it drop for them already before they had it from the season track. So that's an option, but then you don't have the recalibration or the reconfiguration blueprint. Yeah. What did I miss? I missed a bunch. I was kind of in my world. By the and hey there, Randy. Oh Lord, is a new meta. Well, not if Underlord has anything to. So take away memento stacks. Indeed, memento stacks, momentum stacks, striker stacks, obliterate stacks, chameleon stacks, all stacks, stacks. I mean, yeah, gotta stack them high. You're such old, yeah, 40. Well, we'll work on that indeed for 42069. Eventually, right? We'll hit that number, I think. Eventually. And indeed, down west, or well, you can stack down west if you have a character set up to actually do the full bounty cheese. You can also do west end, but down west by itself is a good place to stack some bounties and run them in that one little spot. Which has been released before, or was it just the first time? Which one is the T open? Because was there a mask with it? Did I not pay attention to it? Oh wait, but yeah, likely anything that has been. Oh, this thing. Okay. Oh yeah, this was part of the original apparel with it, right? That'll likely come around again. Actually, no, it was actually on the shop as well. Like I think a few weeks before they did the new bundle, they reran that old bundle. So like it'll come around again and again and stuff. They've been doing it sometimes as well, just a full bundle of all of the rogues and stuff in a row. They'll likely rerun that just one by one because the Kajika one is very popular as well, so is the Dragov one and stuff. So they'll likely it'll likely come around again. But that mask as well is just very similar to if you transmog your mask to be the Umbra one, I feel. Like this seems very similar to like the Umbra one. So you could also maybe just do that. And then you can toggle on show mask on always because you have this option of oh, is it no longer in here? That was also one of these buttons. Did that get removed? This is always here as well. Always show mask. Could do that. What is this for? Is change indeed. WWE humbug. Well, back then it was still the WWF. So. Keeping it classic. You know, period appropriate. Indeed, 10 more rands. That is a good buff to it, especially because that the mod that they took away was 10 headshot, which like I remember with the PTS going like, why does this have a headshot mod? But 10 more rounds is actually a pretty good deal for it. Let's make sure actually that it didn't alter the reload. Because I should have checked that. Do we have any? Although maybe something has weapon handling. That's. Oh yeah, something has weapon handling. Oh, this has weapon handling. So with just the 10% from the watch, this is 145, 145. Okay, so yeah, that's the same. So just in case they extra touch that one, because we've checked all the other ones, make sure they still align. Which build do I use to farm floor 10 on legendary? Kind of depends what you're comfortable with. You can definitely do it with a PFE build. That can be really good for it. But you can also just do it with a turret drone. A turret drone is actually not the worst way of getting through some floor 10 solo. But with a PFE, you do need to kind of know what you're doing, because you need to deal with... especially drone controllers and stuff, you need to like know to rush them and stuff, because otherwise they still destroy even with PFE. Anyway, okay, so we've added that one in, we've added this one in. Let's maybe, I know that's basically the entire base DPS list kind of done. We'll of course do it on build as well, but I'm not in a hurry to get those fixed up. Likely we won't even start on those till next week. Let's pull the band-aid off, which is this combat medic is going bye-bye. I'm just gonna quickly check. This is just unique from this one, right? And the rest is all gonna be unique anyway. This is going to become the slot where we put in refractor. I keep saying refractor, which just my brain, like I feel, you know, fractions and stuff. This is a word I've said much more about. We're going to replace this with the... What I'm likely going to do is save it as a 5-piece without the backpack. And then have a... Because, for instance, we have this chest to put in. We can go with that perfect glass one. Ooh, man, that would be hard to do. And also not worth it, right? I'm like thinking about doing double Grupo. That would be a chest and a backpack with Grupo, which I've had in the past, but I got rid of. Because I was like, when would I ever use this? But also just a glass chest and the perfect, like the... Actually, that would work for this character as well. Because we could... she has the mortar build, right? What does she have on the backpack then? Yeah, where is this backpack? Oh, here. We can go for perfect shotgun, the strategic alignment with a sacrifice chest, or with just another piece instead and keep the chest. Because I feel it's with this, I'm kind of having played around with it on the PTS a little bit. I feel it's either turret and drone, and that's very consistent. Mortars could also take advantage of that. It has status effects, but it doesn't have the haste you would need for a mortar build, is the thing. Because mortars do actually need a little bit of haste. So, whereas a turret and a drone less so. We'll mess around with a bunch of options. But I'm basically going to put it together with everything except the backpack. And kind of use it in a group setting. And yeah, yesterday I got helped out. As yeah, Rai and Palm both helped get me some of these parts so we can yellow core them. But also actually one of the cores could stay blue, of course, because we're technician. And that's likely what I'm also going to do. I'm going to actually like record it yellow and then blue. Just so it is still the core. Because with the mortar, we would need it to be all yellow cores, of course. That's not the mask. That's the mask. That's the chest. Let's first get these pieces set up. And hate the game. As a new skill gear, I'm played around a little bit with it in the PTS. It is actually pretty powerful. It can heal pretty well, especially if you make a hard-hitting version of it. Healing though always has the issues of like, it's much better, first of all, to kind of prevent the damage first off. That's why in legendaries, like you can run FI if you want, but the thing that most people do is run foam eclipse and prevent the damage up front, and then that foam eclipse can also heal a little. That's much more of a good way to deal with it. But this thing is definitely interesting. If nothing else, it's at least a different way to kind of play the game, and one that is pretty powerful and can be like alongside of red builds and stuff. So pretty good. To the weapon on a red DPS build, what is the actual percentage? That is better. A sum of 20% weapon damage. Kind of depends if you have, like, I'm assuming you're on 130 combined before, so it would be. Actually, let's do it with let's do it here. Oh, actually, I totally forgot. I need to, at some point, let's actually have the DPS calculators open. I need to add the new talent to the DPS calculators, of course. Not today, though. We'll do that tomorrow. Let's go here. Calculator. So we have 130. That's the build rate. We have, and then this is plus 28, plus 20. And then this is just divided by, and then, well, plus 100. As we kind of showed is. So 278, of course, and then 278 divided by this minus 20. So that is, of course, 258. So this is basically what, if you are at those levels, what the thing adds to it, which isn't going to be that much, because that's 7.75%. So we're really going into, having pretty hefty diminishing returns. But the thing is as well, 7% more damage is still a lot. Like anything above 2% is, you will feel the difference generally if you're familiar with the build and stuff. Like if you can get 2% more, that's kind of like the threshold where like you go, oh, okay, this has been an upgrade. So 7% more there, that's not too bad. But yeah, that's if you have 130, because if you have Fenris, for instance, in the build, that's 140 already, which will make it even less. But that with grade 28, and then how much the modifier adds. Mission from the Predators is Coney Island. Sometimes it bites into one of the missions. I've noticed that as well. It goes like, or has several activities in a row be the same activity. But yeah, that's just random. But then, yeah, maybe just pick something other than missions and give it a while to consider its approach. Is there no way to get the Lexington if I missed out on it? Currently, no. So in the game, you don't have the option. The way it was added was just the people that were there at the time got it. And until the devs kind of, go like, okay, we're handing them out again. it's not gonna be an option to get it. They likely will at some point, though. I can't see them not doing that at all, ever. Yeah. I mean, you can always just, very simply calculate, as we kind of lay that in the simple calcs video. You can just take what would be the new multiplier, divide that by the old multiplier, or what you want to compare it to, and you get a number out of there. That's the percentage in DPS that it would increase. No worries. I never feel bad about asking questions. Quite often as well, if you have a question, likely others do as well, and then, the lurkers also get some of their questions incidentally answered. And also, I'd never mind answering questions, especially if they're if they're honest, and if they come from a honest place of someone wanting to understand things. So, how would a red build do on it? One of the ideas that I have, and I already am starting to put together some pieces in exactly that. How would a red build work with this? One of the things I think with the modifier currently, especially with if you're maxed out, you're overcharged, right? If you're maxed out on the modifier, I think at the very least for this season, that could actually really work well, because you could have a shield and a drone. Is I think the way I'm gonna put it. We put the drone and it doesn't do much damage, but you have also a modifier to double the damage of the drone. And I was thinking two things. I was either that or, and then Memento as the backpack, and then, or we go with BTSU, because BTSU can get a hive just working by itself, basically. So we could have maybe even 2 yellows plus mechanical animal, not per se future perfect, but mechanical animal, and you kind of use that in the same way we use it with a Redify kind of style. And I think there's something there. We can likely make something that is good enough to use. So I'm already kind of started. I've already started pulling together some pieces for that. Kind of a third drone hybrid-y, but then with this gear set, and then we give up a lot of damage in comparison to some of the third, or if you were to high-end or striker or negotiator, but instead we get the group heal. That seems. And then as well, one of the other things I want to try with it as too is tech tank, basically. One of the things somebody laid out, or I want to test it as well, actually. I didn't test it, but somebody was saying it was working, but then others now kind of that I trust more are saying it isn't. Reflector shield, kind of tech tanking it. But even without the reflector shield, maybe even then, just kind of like tech tanking it, but then shield and a drone. Having a few blue cores for ourselves, running capacitor. Keeping the other cores like yellow, maybe even, instead of red. But yeah, we'll mess around with this. At the very least, this gear set is the first exciting gear sets in like forever. I feel like I'm kind of excited about this one because we had Virtuoso. Virtuoso is okay. Breaking Point is okay, but they're not good. They're at best. There just to give you a little different playstyle. This thing can actually be interesting. But what did we even have before that? Actually, the targeted loot here will tell us what we had before that. Because we had Aegis, which also Cavalier, X0 was the last one that was kind of. So we had 4 seasons of like. Either pretty bad in the form of Cavalier and Aegis, or like in the form of Breaking Point and Virtuoso. So it's good to have at least something useful again. Because X0, it's not good, but it's at least in the same way as Breaking Point or Virtuoso. It's usable. And then before that was Hotshot and Umbra. Because yeah, Heartbreaker, Hotshot, Umbra, and Hotshot. All three of those were really good, of course. In their own ways. Yeah, let's actually start. What do I want to... There's a bunch of ways we could set this up, because we're going to even go as well the route of just in the same way as FI, just BTSU plus opportunistic backpack. Although we can do damage, right? Because capacitor would maybe fit better in here. So BTSU plus... Because we want the skill damage. So BTSU plus Wyvern. BTSU plus the Honeydew backpack. The combined arms. Cold relations. That seems... And then maybe... Well, no, we would want the haste as well. First things first, though, let's already swap this to a turret and drone just for starters. And mod those up. Two damage mods. Shit. Let's should have done it this way anyway. Let's load up this because I don't know which mod is exactly in it. Then at least the weapons are there. And then we have to load these back up. But the question also becomes, do I put... If we go to turret drone version, I'm kind of thinking we put maybe some crit chance / crit damage in the... Or actually, that would also, even with the modifier, be an idea, because with the modifier having some crit chance, we can get critical momentum going. And then putting crit chance mods here. Just to trigger... Because we can have 26, 32, 38, 46. 46 isn't a bad number. Somebody has Coyote in the team, 56. We could get enough out of critical momentum for getting our momentum up high quickly. Although for now, yeah, let's slap it. Let's just deal with this as a turret drone build for a second first. Before we theory craft way too much. We take some haste. Because honestly, as well, having just 2 haste isn't the worst idea. I'm not going to go with the... No, combined arms will be too good here. Because I'm thinking sacrifice... Oh, actually, yeah, we got the glove as well. How many blueprints am I onto? 522. So one of the things is the refractor actually has blueprints. Last season's gear set didn't, which I totally don't remember the name of. Oh yeah, Virtuoso. So Virtuoso still isn't in here, right? No. And I've done some control points at 4. Right? I mean, yeah, we did a bunch of control points. So. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Best non-exotic AR for handling. Here we go. Overall, the Elmo is kind of one of the best handling ones in there. Chameleon is also not too bad, exotic-wise. But Elmo is, yeah, kind of the easy handling weapon, exotic-wise. You can also go with, for instance, the Cetar is also okay-ish in handling. You can even go with, yeah, weapons that have like... Because you can give up a little bit of crit chance if you want to just put handling mods on stability especially affects the recoil quite a bit. But I would say Chameleon is likely the least recoily, but also, yeah, it has its own issues, kind of. Elmo can be a good all-rounder and doesn't have too much handling issues. Silvers isn't quite a well. Where was that for the loot? Oh, well, the thing is as well with a lot of gear sets as well. Virtuous and Breaking Point, but were usable. But yeah, this one at least also has some. Just because of the way that it works, we can have some creativity. Also, actually, I had these caches still. Let's actually open these. Almost forgot about these. These were from doing the journey. From the last 2 steps, you get like 4 each. So that's just in there. Yeah. Combined arms. That's what we wanted. Spamming and killing everything and getting challenges. Yeah. Although actually, instead of spamming the drone, just get the drone. It's so much easier. Set the targets to elites and just oxy them for the blacklist ones. You need them to be elites. Set the range itself to normal. Set the enemies to very hard, or like the time to kill part of it. Put out a recon drone over the enemies and oxy them. The drone, or what, like the pulse, needs a few seconds. The enemy needs to be up, pulsed, and then like needs to be like a half of a second up before they actually get blacklist. But that way, yeah, you can get it done pretty quick. Does repair skill affect the healing at all? No, it's coming from a talent. So incoming repair skill, neither of those affect it. Yeah. Yeah, the plumbing set there as well. So now I could work with the rest. Yeah, we'll definitely retest that kind of stuff, but usually I don't feel they've touched this thing at all, most likely. Combined arms backpack. Anyhow. Wait, did I say I said cold relations earlier, right? That's perfect. That's perfect straight. Force multiplier. Actually, yeah. Well, we'll use the multiplier of force multiplier. This is one of the few talents as well that actually I didn't even look at what the stats were in that one. The perfect version is actually better because it's 30% instead of 25. So a wyvern backpack with this would be worse than the first multiplier. I don't know, with some decent, like I don't want to spend too much optimization on this. Actually, that's fine because the skill haste is the not full part. But yeah, I found the spotting drone to be like really good for. I mean, kind of in the same way as we actually already figured out in PTS with the setting stuff on fire. Why am I blanking on how to get to the mod screen? Although I'd forgotten where I even wanted to go. Should have one more haste. Okay, so a moment of silence for the deletion of our dear friend, the combat medic. Kind of feel sad tossing this thing away. I don't think this thing displaces combat medics fully because there's still value there in the form of how much damage they directly can do and stuff for the player themselves. But I'm going to keep a striker combat medic. I have a glass version of this basically on character 4. So having this be replaced by like this is the one getting replaced by refractor then. Because this is kind of the weakest one of those anyway. Yeah, so although for now I'll put the pieces in the stash, because one of the things is as well, I have like a virtuoso here and stuff. Although I think this build, like having tried it already, especially going in with the numbers that it finally had, it's more than good enough to do that combat medic kind of task. And I don't see it being an issue with like more directives and stuff, or it can basically do the same amount of directives as a combat medic and such. So what is the number 8? Tech. It's also annoying. So many of the newer gear sets, like a lot of them had 2-letter abbreviations. This one, like, how do we our RF? Right? I feel would be how we would abbreviate this, maybe. Because virtuoso as well is like, how do you, because it's VT. Although I feel vert is the way maybe that was when I abbreviate it. The spotting now would have been easier. Send it out and kills everything with fire. Although yeah, you do need to give the enemies, they need to, that's why I set them to like normal range and then elite or the very hard enemies basically, because they need to be up for a little bit, like less than a second even is enough, but they need to be up for a little bit for them to actually get blacklist. I found. Yeah, let's maybe actually go out and mess around with this. I'll first do a little bit solo. Okay, the craft gear pieces, they're counted as well. Yeah, let's actually get those other pieces out of her inventory. I'll deal with them later. For now, let's dump in the stash. We'll clean it out later. That does orphan this thing though. Oh no, actually it doesn't. Where else is this thing using? Oh, it's actually using the virtuoso. Okay. This one as well. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, that wasn't the chest. She didn't. That wasn't the glass chest. Did I already dump it? Yes, I've already dumped it. What was the chest on the? How am I not remembering this build? What was the chest on the high-end combat medic? It was. Oh, it's just a Cheska chest. Okay, yeah, that's saved in something else. It's this Cheska chest. Okay. I, of course, kind of double use that item then. Yeah, so the Brazos pieces. I'm going to hang on to the pieces though, because one of the things I might do is there's also other stuff on this character that could be the thing we remove. For instance, she has a hazard protected FI. Yeah, hazard protected FI. That could go. Virtuoso could go. But for now, this kind of overlaps with the combat medic, so let's set our world back to heroic. I was in normal for the range and stuff. Although you can set the range separately. Actually, we have to each time as well think about modifiers. Just gonna go with overdrive. One of the things I had as well is this tactical supremacy. This is supposed to be a maximum of 25 seconds. Yesterday on one of it just broke and I had infinite basically. As long as I was going from target to target with just an 1886 and Headhunter, and it went on for like 7 minutes. And I got basically all of the kills I needed for it. Or like there's the whatever it is, extended this many times or something by a headshot kill. And I did it basically with one activation. So if you ever get that, make use of it as well with that. Are modifiers available at 31? Yeah, at 30 basically. Although even before that, I just didn't have them in the intro, but I think you just have them likely after the White House, maybe. I didn't per se check. You definitely have them though at 30 and 31. Because I did the journey actually on 31 or part of a journey. So there actually we made a character, did journey 1 with them, deleted them, and then you can actually get it multiple times. It does also give 2 proficiency caches that give proficiency gear, but yeah, it takes too long to make that for, or do that for just the proficiency cache. But if you're going for the levels as well, maybe. That's also not a great way to level season, so. Someone kills trans, yeah. I definitely had it work as intended a few times though. Striker's still the best DPS overall, yeah. It's this season as well, it didn't get touched at all. Last season it got touched on the backpack. Somebody touched the backpack, but not to an extent that like really hurt it too much. You know what, let's go capture this. Let's see actually how this deals damage, first of all. Yeah, I was still setting my modifiers there. Because I no longer need the shield one. So actually what I'm going to keep is critical momentum. Although, actually, well, we want that, of course, as well. Skill kills, double momentum. We're okay giving this up, maybe. But we don't actually have that much useful stuff, right? Because then, and then the drop, right? Because nothing else would really be useful here. Because we could have critical momentum be something else, but we still have like 25% crit, which we'll add in a little bit. Let's actually go see how this kind of does against the control point. I'll go from there. Although the thing with this would always be, this is the short drone build to run in group settings. For solo play, I don't think this has really that much value. You could just slap on a memento, and once that's charged up, that gets you not as good healing, but you get much more utility out of it.
Heavily armed, hostile supply convoy nearby.
The thing with this one is especially that it heals group wide, and especially without, you're just doing damage and everybody's getting healed, which is very powerful healing because you don't have to have line of sight. You don't have to find the person that got hit in the sea of a dozen people or so. Yeah, let's kind of engage this. Well, the gear set doesn't add much to the turret and drone or my damage. That then just gets us the hero. Aw, responding there.
Additional hostile contacts.
Wait, turret, who are you shooting at? Why? Why would you do that? Why the betrayal? Right. Kill me, drone. The healing there, yeah. But that's the thing with healing. Like, even if you get healed a lot, that doesn't matter. Enemies hit very hard. But yeah, we had a bunch of just random stuff there. That's doesn't just intercept this convoy like in this corner where they spawn there. So I was hoping they would spawn on the sewer there. That's why I put my drone or my turret in the back. One in Coyote, 4-piece negotiator, and pristine example. That can be a pretty good setup. If you're okay with focus, that's not a bad setup at all. Because some people just don't like being in scoped mode. You do lose a little bit of awareness around you. So that's also why in groups it's a little less of an issue because, you know, hopefully they'll hit your teammates before they hit you. But if you're okay with focus, that's a perfectly fine. So negotiator is pretty good as well, damage wise. Umbra, same. If you want to mess around with things that are not, if you want a different flavor than Striker for a little bit. One of the things I'm doing here is I'm playing this thing as if it's a turret-drone hybrid, but doesn't have the firepower of that, like, at all on the gun. Also, the thing here is, like, I'm not even getting hit and stuff, so it's like, what's the value of this for when I'm using it solo like this? Might actually just matchmake in a minute, or if anybody's interested, maybe in joining me, we might go and do a daily or something. And run this along it, because I would like to see how this performs, especially in like group settings. And I do think I might, with the yellow version for myself, I think for a general use one, this is much more useful. But I kind of think maybe mortar is not a bad idea, mortar version. That's one of the things as well there. You know, we get out of combat and that heals me more than anything with. That's always the thing with it. If this was a season of no regen, I think this build would be much more useful as well. Because especially with no regen, that's when we like run combat medics and stuff anyway. This could be that as well, but yeah, we don't have no regen this season. It is fragile armor. Also kind of looking at how we generate momentum and stuff, and if we have a decent amount of it. What's my cooldown there? Okay. Actually, what is my actual cooldown?
Hostile control point detected.
13 seconds, 14 seconds. Does this have skill haste on it? No, right? No. So did I actually optimize these? No. I have enough research. Yeah, let's optimize the sets. Could try to farm for better ones, but what are these resources for if not this? I'm not gonna optimize this yet because I might try crafting for better ones. This is the one, yeah. Recently as well being in the one. So I don't know if you're familiar with the recommended build list that I have. I'll put that in both chats. In there's a bunch of, well, builds that I recommend. There's a bunch of other reds you could run. Because Negotiator, Umbra, Hunter's Fury, all of them are pretty good. But then you can even go OD, or even red FI, and be kind of like support if you do run in groups. OD as well, just for solo play. If you want to have a way of dealing with pistolero or reduced ammo. And then you have also headhunters and stuff which you can run. Especially with determined, you know, you're not really you're just going for the body shots, and they're really good for dealing with directives and dealing with and being pretty quick at clearing contents, especially like outcast control points and stuff. But yeah, I should give you a few ideas if you hadn't seen it before. Because all of those builds as well is more than enough to deal with a lot of stuff in this game anyway. Like if you're just running around in the open world, actually Negotiator can be like just as good, especially once you kind of get into the flow of it, because you can mark multiple enemies. How about somebody shoots me? Somebody shoot me? Somebody shoot me with a whole turret. But... Because also, yeah, the healing on us is half of the healing on allies without the chest, right? Yeah, 10 and 20%. So. But I will likely matchmake for a mission or two in a sec. I first want to see like how hard this even hits for. And actually, now that we have blacklist level 3 enemies, these enemies are actually like the downside of the season is definitely pretty powerful. The thing is though that although well, they'll fix that once the journey is shared between the, because one of the things is the modifiers are accounts wide, but the journey isn't. So if you haven't completed the journey on other characters, one of the things that happens is, yeah, you don't have blacklisted enemies there. So you don't have the downside of the season, but you do have the upside.
My armor's shot to hell.
For instance, there, actually, because these the enemies that have that have a 10% regen, basically going. So if you don't finish them off, it might be a long fight. But here as well, I need to kind of like focus my firepower, ready to take them out, and not just do a little bit of damage and let them just heal back up. But yeah, it's not as silly as the 20% that was on BTS. I didn't get to that point in PTS, but I saw some footage and some people talking about it, and especially having a named or something that is, because this of course is a percentage regen, so the bigger their health and armor bar, the more, you know, in absolute numbers that they're regenning. And like some of the heavies and stuff, or like names getting it, just people were like full blast unloading with a striker into it, and would just, you were slowly chipping away at them basically, and you had to keep firing at them, because even if you left it for a few seconds, they would just regen more than you did damage. So let's check this out. Yeah, I'll definitely do their Sandy. There's many ways to play the game if you're kind of bored of it with striker form. That's also why I run a bunch of other things myself. Just, if nothing else, just for a little bit of change. Variety kind of is already
Reinforcements incoming.
A thing to just go for. But just
Incoming hostiles detected.
there is no you don't always need to be meta, especially, you know, with the modifier and with the things as well. You can experiment I'll make a, if you haven't played ever Eclipse or something, Eclipse can be really powerful and just good anyway. And learning that is a skill upon itself. So, can I ask what is gain momentum? This one every time I run fast, but sometimes added every time I kill enemies. So you gain momentum by a lot of ways. One of them is killing enemies. Just any enemy, depending on the veterancy, you gain a certain amount. Then there are enemies that are blacklisted. They have that little icon above them. Those guys seem to be basically, whenever you kill them, you get either like 7.5 or like, I'm not sure if it's tied to veterancy as well, but I think you just get a flat value of like 7.5 or 10% or something like that. Then you have all of the modifiers. So some of the modifiers can change how you get, oh, actually, I didn't know. So for instance, this one, you get this one very early. This is from Journey 3, the critical momentum. This makes any like crit build, any red crits, basically, any striker or something, you can build up momentum really quickly. Same for the, like if you're doing skill kill stuff, if you're in Eclipse, there's the other one that is skill kills, gain 5% or double momentum gain and stuff. And then there are, the pulse one, for instance, as well, for any enemy that it sets on fire, you gain some. You can also have that blacklist some enemies, and you gain the blacklist increase on it. And then what you can do as well, you have the actives later on once you're done or deeper in the journey. So here I'm just going to overdrive. Overdrive puts us instantly at max. So I'm already, I'm in zoom mode. We can go zoom in. But then the downside is with overdrive afterwards for 2.5 minutes, you have a lot, you have reduced gain. But honestly, once you're maxed out, especially for red builds, if you're running the pulse ones, for instance, together with that critical momentum, you can just keep it maxed out. And kind of gaining and kind of keeping momentum going is kind of the trick of the season. Like, in the same way as last season, it was very much about kind of getting long range and making sure you were in the right ranges, or using your actives to kind of bring the range to the, by the teeth to the range you're in. This season is very much about getting momentum in certain ways. Those enemies also hit harder, is one of the annoying things. I should get me. I believe in you.
I got your back. Stop them reaching up.
And one of the downsides here, for instance, is all of these enemies are frenzied, and this is also the final form of frenzy. And they're pretty chunky because of that, because they regen a lot, and they hit harder, and they move faster. But yeah, kind of now, even with having, the downside of overdrive active, I'm still kind of gaining or keeping momentum. So I feel for most of it, overdrive is kind of the way to go. And you just overdrive and then kind of try to keep it by just doing all the things.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Let's go finish the control point. And there's the thing with these frenzied enemies. Like, I almost had this name killed, but he's regened all the way back up, of course, yeah. Kind of need all the firepower. One of the things I was afraid of was that the downside of the season was actually going to be super weak. I got a first sight there, yeah. Somebody was talking about it yesterday as well. This project is still kind of hidden in the background. So I got a first sight there. So that project is technically still there. It's just not showing.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by
But also the loot goblin is still the special one. So you can also, if you still didn't get a first sight or something. Although this is the easier way. Although you would need to do all of the projects without knowing like what they were. Although, well, you can look that up. We're not going to do the convoy. Let's go do something else. So we're going to be over here. Yeah, maybe actually we stay here. Oh, maybe we do these guys. Just want to do an activity with this. And actually, overdrive is now available again, even though I'm like still halfway charged up. But yeah, it's kind of a dance. You'll get there. I'm also gonna actually tomorrow afternoon where I'm gonna make an only tips for the global event. Because actually, honestly, somebody reminded me of like, hey, I was like, I generally don't make these kinds of things for the modifier, but it was like, well, it's basically a global event. Just do the same as you do with the global event. Like, oh yeah, actually, I can do like, can do an only tips. And then once they're kind of charged up as well, there's a lot of damage to be had here. Because even for the skills here, if we get it all the way to the max, they're overcharged. But especially having that critical momentum, like that makes so much of a difference, as long as you are a crit build, of course. But even here, I'm not a crit build per se, because this is like a... But I have like 26 or something crit, but that's enough. To get a little bit out of it. All right, that's the blacklist. That icon. Enemies that have that icon, that means that they give you a little bit more momentum when you kill them. Oh, but also if they actually hit you, you lose more momentum than you would. I ran out of ammo, which is not a great idea. I don't think I'm gonna survive this. Although actually I will, because the healing of the third endurance is pretty powerful. But yeah, whenever one of those blacklist enemies hits you, you get drained a little bit. Even on the shield, actually. I thought it wasn't that way in the PTS, but actually no, it was in the PTS like that as well. I just wasn't smart. Turns out. And Hater Gangenstein. I like the name. Do you know if repair skill improves the reforms? No. So anything that is a talent does whatever the talent basically says. In the same way that, you know, Scorpio says it is the amount of pellets that hit. It's the amount of pellets that hit. Same here. So it is a talent that is causing it. So incoming repair and repair skill don't change it at all.
Serious trauma detected.
I'll double check at some point just to make sure that it's that, because in the PTS all of those things got tested. Likely somebody has already tested it, and I'll just double check their findings basically. But yeah, generally if a talent says this amount, unless it says it is affected by something else, then, because that is the case in Val, for instance. Val, it says total damage dealt is equal to 50% of your concussion grenade damage and increased by your status effect attributes. And then, you know, some things are weapon damage and stuff. Oh yeah, the Scorpio is pellets hit, and not, you know, status effect doesn't affect it because of that. So, any device. How about the Sun Luminous and any blueprints? There is 2 blueprints currently. The 2 gear names from Shiny Monkey. Those 2 are in the. I was gonna say classified caches. Man, I've played so much Division 1 recently that I've lost all of the terms. You know the caches, right? How am I not remembering this name? What? Although I'm tired as well, so it's been a long way. Reconstructed caches. But yeah, there's 2 new ones in there, which is, yeah, only those 2. And the gear set, you will get the gear set from the Journey, it looks like. At least I think that's where I got them. Because you do get the gear set, refactor you get. But I don't think I haven't seen, do we have Shiny Monkey as well? I didn't know, right? No. It's not mask, at least. Although this is also not 36 out of 39. This was always 36 out of 38. So Shiny Monkey is one of the, hidden at the moment, basically. Oh, or is it maybe on this? On the season pass. Because yeah, I haven't grabbed all. Oh, the blueprints are here. Oh, okay. So let's claim these, actually. Because it lists the item and then blueprint, so... This is the vest. Oh, actually, you don't even need to... okay. Oh, no, that's just the backpack. Wait, is the spare? Does this give the blueprint? No, right? Rusty doesn't give the blueprint. Let's take it still now. Goalie also doesn't give the blueprints, but let's take it anyway. Where are the named gear ones? Yeah, so this one, I guess, grease and what was the other one? This one. Yeah, the axle. Okay, so those you still need. Okay, so we do get the blueprints from Shiny Monkey as well. But that's from the season track. The gear set is from the journey. And then 2 items from reconstructed caches. But the weapons aren't in there. So we're definitely still missing those. Let's get all of these exclamation points gone. Just for my own sanity, otherwise. It's all the way down there. Well, actually, what we should do is just go down here, because it's going to be Shiny Monkey, so it's going to be... Oh, no, actually, everything had the name, right? Yeah, Artificer's Toolbox and stuff, yeah. It's not just called Shiny Monkey Backpack. So, the way that some things are. And then this is likely the new top number, 528 out of 543. If you also have Shield Splinter and Hunter Killer. Because I think I have all the blueprints now. Did any of those go into my mailbox? No, everything went into my inventory. Has anything redeemed when you're all the way full? I'll just donate all of this. I'm gonna keep a goalie, especially if it comes like that. Well, I'm not gonna keep the the other one, the Rusty. I'll donate that one.
Thanks for making the deal.
There we go. Actually, that reminded me to check that question. Because last season, yeah, we didn't get the brand sets, blueprints. They should have likely been in the same way from the reward track. Or from the season pass track. But they didn't. 200k the cent coins. Yeah. It's open 2. I opened 3, the third one didn't have anything. Although with most of them as well, you should actually, because I didn't check, but maybe they also dropped from the control points and stuff before that, because that was the case with the Zuia pieces, right? Or was it the season before that? I don't remember anymore. But one season was like you could get the pieces first from control points, but I just popped caches at the start of the season. I want to see momentum in action. How does it feel in game? So it's pretty good actually. I feel it is a well set up system, and then also the downside is actually a little bit of a downside to kind of balance it out, because otherwise it's just bonuses, right? But the downside also isn't as debilitating as, let's say, the shock at the start of last season, because they did change the shock in the end. So let's go for, let's matchmake one here with this. I'm gonna just run this refractor. Not challenging.
You have received an
And I hope that was from the heroic one and not just a delayed one from the challenging. So I don't kind of how this works in teams. Just, I wouldn't per se myself run this in a team setting, but
no sign of the strategist.
oh, I've already.
Priority objective available, Agent.
The skill pickups, although actually for me that's not too big of an issue with the third round. Although I wish I had one at the moment.
Shit. Agent Kelso's not responding.
Because one of the things we could do with this as well is it does have status effects, so maybe mortars is a good way to go. Same as well, you could actually maybe make a half CC kind of thing and go with creeping death on the backpack and a fire cam or fire sticky, whichever you prefer. And then maybe do it with some fire damage and stuff. But the consistency of a turret and drone for healing purposes is kind of, of course, unmatched. Because they just have uptime. But I think maybe a mortar with Stinger Hive and mortar, especially with these guys are setting up in the other now. Oh, well, are both of these hardwires? Oh, okay, no. Oh, neither are. I just see Seeker and a shield. Oh, one of them is a healing Seeker. No mind. And in this kind of the enemy modifier is this. The hostile modifier is enemies that are marked like that, and as the journey goes up, but it's kind of need to do some testing with it, and I think I'm just going to do it with getting both accounts or 2 accounts of myself just loaded up so I have perfect control over both sides. It seems to be like the owner's world settings, but especially if you kind of have the final version of it, they hit so much harder and they regen 10% a second. So especially like if a names gets it, that actually makes it a hard fight. That makes it actually a fight that you kind of have to respect massively, because they are movement speed, they have regen 10%, so they kind of become your priority targets. So I'm gonna yeah, it's overall pretty well set up. And one of the things with it as well is that they're active, or more like the main modifier is kind of the powerful thing. And we don't have any of those like super OP things like last season's By the Teeth. Because even By the Teeth, but even like Retribution or Liability or Tapper.
Without Kelso, capturing the strategist won't be
Interesting
easy.
to see.
It's up to you to finish the job.
Nobody
Agent.
paying attention. Although, yeah, matchmaking. The passives were really powerful last season, and the main thing was okay. It wasn't super powerful, but it was okay. This season, like, the main thing is kind of as powerful as last season, but we don't have any like of those overpowered passives. But we do have actually passives that are pretty cool, and I feel there is something in there for every kind of build. Because if nothing else as well, for red builds, you have some of them that have kind of like built-in CC. Because if you... One of the ones is that if you pulse enemies, up to 4 enemies at max, have at a 50% or 25% chance, they get set on fire for as 3 seconds. So just a CC. And then if you just run pulse, or you run, you know, or spotting drone, which actually triggers it very often, or triggers it multiple times even, that can kind of make it go faster. And then you have basically CC going, so either running, you know, even just a linked laser pointer, or just pulsing. And then also with the pulse one, you also have the option for
Is that gunfire? Agent,
no
I didn't
pickups.
send reinforcements. You'll need to clear the building.
What's this saying? And the movement speed is kind of nice as well. I've been honestly finding that pretty pretty cool. Just, you know, here we just have a few percent, but actually when you're at max, like for instance here, I'm gonna just hit overdrive. Zoom zoom. We zooming.
I need you to cover me while I head for the balcony. Head down to the concert hall.
I'm hoping somebody is getting that
Is Kelso all right?
pressure.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm fully healed back up. Because even, for instance, for tech tanks, there's some stuff in there for red builds, for explosive builds, even for trip drone builds, you have a few options. Especially hybrids as well, if you can have any, like, more so than just turret drone build, having turret drone hybrid kind of style, where you have the crit chance to make use of critical momentum, you're going to do better because of that. So there's a bunch of options. Oh, actually, I thought we were already done with this one. Apparently not.
Keep them away from me! Whatever you do, don't let them into the concert hall!
There's also definitely some power creep here. Like, this is definitely the game overall, especially with a team that knows how to kind of, you know, set up their modifiers and stuff. This is just a straight up upgrade, honestly. So, there's a little bit of that as well. Let's go with a heal of refractor. No, it wouldn't. Keep in mind that generally, if the talent says that it's a talent, like repair skill and stuff don't, as it implies, repair skills, it is the percentage that you add to your repair skills. It's only affecting skills. So talents are generally exempt from that. Same for incoming repair. We've definitely, it has been tested on the PTS. I haven't tested it on live game yet, but I also feel if it was the case, because I know you generally, like, a bunch of people do test those kinds of things out right away. And if it was the case, we would have heard it. Like, generally, if something is off from what is supposed to be it, we hear it right away. Like, you know, Hummel getting fixed, that was out by, you know, 10 minutes later. Or the journey being able to be done at the range, that was out like 5 minutes after it happened. So. Oh, you were an ad. Oh yeah. So just to repeat it, it's no, and yeah, because it's a talent. Repair skills affects skills. That is like the implication of it being called repair skills. It doesn't mean, you know, skills as in, you know, yo dog, I got me some skills. It's literally the tech that we use those skills. We got skills that pays the bills. And incoming repair neither. But yeah, we'll definitely retest it myself as well on here. But I feel if it was the case, we would have already heard it.
You think you're better than us? You got the right to kill us? Huh?
Oh, I need. Wait, what is? What? This is bugged. It's pickups, but also there's no pickups. Because all of those kills should have given pickups. But also my skills are regenning as if they're... What? I saw Essie having some problems yesterday with it, but I haven't seen this version of it. Because it's on, but it isn't. Because the reason my skills came back wasn't pickups. It was just cooldown. I wonder if we do get the 1.5 or the 50% XP here increase. Oh well, 25 from that especially.
No, please don't hurt me. I'll do whatever you want. I'll tell you everything.
He'll tell us everything. I feel this gear set is also the reason they made sure to fix Pummel Plus. Because one of the obvious ideas was, although I wasn't likely gonna go for it, but Oxy and Pummel worked together and it was kinda super powerful, honestly. Especially because there was some other trickery you could do to make Pummel trigger. But that would have been like very powerful, and I think that's the reason they made sure to, and that would work with this. So,
An agent has left your group.
okay. Wait, how is it my group?
You have
Actually, yeah, let's matchmaking again. Let's see if I can get in there at the start of a mission or something with someone.
safe area entered.
This thing just feels like a weaker version of a Tortron build, but then yeah, the healing is kind of just there to make it happen. Doesn't feel too horrendous though, although part of it is also the modifier. Yeah, let's matchmaking just for one more. I don't want to also pay attention to my healing. The shit wasn't right down. Monkey said, and I feel the difference. No worries. We're after the last season, but can handle the movement anymore. So speed is nice, yeah.
Gotta secure that ordnance.
Yeah, we get to zoom.
Agent,
Nobody opened this.
priority objective available.
That guy's in a hurry.
Billion years ago, up to 1/3 of the Martian surface could have been covered by ocean.
That's not what I wanted.
Has sent enemies too close. More recent water as well.
Or you just got my turret up there.
Tried river systems, coupled with what appears to be ancient lakes
Invite this still. In the UV connecting, so.
that could only have been formed in a liquid water environment. Today, water can be found on Mars at the Martian North Pole. Although small quantities exist as water vapor in the thin Martian atmosphere, where it grinds in the Martian soil.
Maybe I don't stand there with glass. And the momentum buildup is definitely a little slow, but that's what the overdrive is also for. Well, I'll just wait for the cooldown of overdrive to be gone, and then I feel basically you have to kind of see overdrive as the ACS of the momentum. You trigger it and then you put it away, and then you have to just maintain it with your other tools. Also, there's definitely a component here that
Mechanical components detected.
it's much easier to, because it's an on-kill component to it. It's gonna be much more consistent in solo. I'm gonna guess they didn't get the balloon. If somebody was getting the balloons, they would likely get the last one as well. We'll get the crate here now. Special ammo, scamming skills. Yeah, okay. I think if you turn them all on and then off, because I had that, I think, in something similar to that. But if you just turn them all on and then off, it seems to.
They can rig it with a warhead and some means of propulsion. They wouldn't even need a guidance system.
That seems to be the
Kind of goes without saying.
things that settles
If
it.
you see any missiles lying around, make sure they can never ever be used.
I'm definitely gonna overcharge for the boss here. I'm actually gonna zoom into here, even though I don't have the zooming. Just to get my turret all the way up front. This fight doesn't start until we're all in here.
Damn it. The salvage crew just ran into those reinforcements. They need backup.
I know, we're likely gonna drag that guy because why is he all the way back there? Someone's running the turbines. There isn't too much good stuff in here for the turbine. Well, actually, yeah, that's the other active kind of works for it. Also, frenzied enemies don't have more health and armor, right? They just have more regen. Rate of fire, movement speed, and regen. Yeah, so they should have made it more health or something. I feel just getting in the way of determined would have been a better usage of that thing.
Throw in the fact that the settlements can scavenge those workbenches and tools, and I'd say it's been a pretty good day.
Could make a crit chance, crit damage chest out of this, but yeah. Although, well, with still a blue card, but yeah. 511 is on second account, not here. Kind of curious, even how although I joined late, but we had still some damage in there. I'm just gonna leave them to it and go to the next one. It's losing my mind. I keep turning off scan skill. Still on. Yeah, just turn everything on and then off, and that at least that seemed to have fixed it for me over there. Because I definitely yesterday did not have scavenge. I had scavenge, like after I did that, I had scavenge skill on and special ammo not on, and that worked like that. So I feel you just have to turn them all on and then all off, and then kind of set it. That seems to be the solution at the moment. Okay. Yeah, let's measure one more. Well, actually, you know what? Let's take this to the base for a second. So I would want to keep the back, but oh, you know, I would go with the other backpack, right? So we go with this instead, strategic alignment. We could go BTSU, or we could go and then the chest, or we could keep it like this. Let's try this first. Let's make this yellow and go mortar. let's go give everybody some screen shake. Also, why why is that capacitor so high on the China China backpack? Wait. That doesn't look right. Wait. It's freaking antenna sticking up. Have I never noticed that? I generally don't have capacitor on explosive though. Let's make sure we have AR set at the very least. I mean, of course we need. Okay. Let's take mortar hive. This is basically between these two, I feel, as the main competitors here, and then maybe we try a red version. You could also go for a status effect version, but like I was just wasting. Although here not, because actually on this one we're kind of using a little bit of the status effect. It's still mostly skill damage, but then here I'm thinking either we go glass or we go BTSU, and then with each we keep the backpack because we could supercharge. Although the thing is with the modifier, like, do we need supercharge really? Or everybody's overcharged most of the time. So we don't know. All directives active season started messed up. Shut up. I mean, yeah, we've had this for every season start. I feel the last one I remember as well. One of my characters like messing around like for 2 minutes to try to figure it out. But I feel like that time as well was just turning everything on and then turning everything off and then setting the ones I wanted. That seems to, at least for me so far, have worked. Fundamental bug in the game, in the journey, completed so the NPC scale to me, but in groups, if I'm leader or not, other team members are getting melted by my journey. Complete as an NPC scale to journey chapter. It does seem to be the leader's journey level that matters for that, which, because yeah, there's no other ways to do it, kind of, right? Because it can't be that it's on for you, but it isn't on for somebody else, because how would the regen kind of work, right? Because they need to regen. So currently it seems to be whoever is the world leader, whoever is the world owner, it's their frenzy level. Which does mean that there is maybe some, cheesing to be done, at least for the time being. If we're like, if you want to, if you're doing like, for instance, I might keep that, well, the thing is as well, they've already listed it as a bug. They still have Trello open? No. Already in Trello, they're this is here already. Journey mission progress is not shared across characters, and this was added like a little while ago. Once it's account wide, like it's account wide, right? But for now, maybe I keep my like fourth character that is that bounty cheesing character. Maybe I don't do the journey on them, and then we have a much easier time on them when we join on. But for now, yeah, it's gonna. Although the frenzy isn't too hard to deal with, right? There isn't mechanics to it, right? Like in the same way that requital, especially early in the season, last season, had. What's the verdict on the refracted gear set so far? Overall, this thing is going to be very useful. The thing is, not per se this season. Like if this season it was instead of fragile armor, because fragile armor, any season with fragile armor, healers like running FI or running combat medics or running this, you can't heal against fragile armor anyway. But in seasons with no regen, like last season, I ran a lot of combat medic. Because we could take the no regen directive, kind of, and then the combat medics offset it. And this can do the exact same role. This can heal the whole team, and even more so, and continuously, basically. And I could see this especially as well in Countdown being really powerful, or even in Raid, because it heals everybody, and it can do its own damage. Now in Countdown, of course, I'm not going to put a mortar turret in front of a hunter, of course, but I could be running Sticky or Oxy, or stuff like that. Things that they can't hack. But also in the middle parts, they don't hack it anyway. So in the middle, you could be running these things, or turret and drone. It's at the end of the day, one of the things though is as you know, as cool and stuff as it is, healing in Division, there's a reason we like legendaries and stuff. We go Eclipse, right? We prevent the damage up front, and then the Eclipse heals a little bit, instead of taking the damage and then healing it back up. Because preventing the damage just solves the issue anyway, with a Foam Eclipse or a Fire Eclipse on Heroic. So this isn't still going to be like the meta or the next best thing, even as much as likely in the next coming days for any person that kind of follows Division content. Likely, you know, the new meta is here. The best in gear set. Yeah, I know. But it's definitely useful, like in the same way that the combat medic is useful. Also for myself, this build, I've already like chosen to the combat medic on this character. I still have 2 combat medics on main account. I have a striker and a glass. I had also an obliterate high end and a glass high end. I've gotten rid of the obliterate high end. Like, I feel this does the same job anyway, so definitely a gear set that's going to get added to the build collection. Although I'm not sure like how I want to do it in the final version. Let's go do another mission with this and stop my yapping. And I'm just matchmaking now and kind of getting a feel for it. Like, how well does it heal? I'm trying to keep an eye on like other people's health and armor and how fast it heals them and stuff. And how much damage I'm doing. After subscription with apparel, every time you gain level, you get 1 key towards apparel. Chest, it caps at 99 on screen, but is higher. Do you know what the real cap is? As far as is currently known, there is no real cap. There are people that have more than 10,000. What? I'm proficient on refractor already. That little on the I can show it now. So nowadays we can't anymore, but whenever in the past there wasn't anything here, it would show you exactly how many caches you had. So it would just show an image of like apparel caches, and it had a number. And even if you were in the thousands, so I think I had like 4,000 or something last time I saw it. But yeah, as far as is known, like maybe some people likely have like 20k or something. Maybe there's like 100k cap or something, but I don't think anybody has reached a point of the cap. Currently, there's also, yeah, with apparel, with that thing not being there, we have no way of knowing how much we have. So maybe if there isn't a bundle for a week, then we'll see again, but yeah. Good luck. Because yeah, they've been putting new apparel every every few days.
Vital signs critical.
Should have pushed up earlier. Kind of want to mortar this initial wave. Yeah, here again, the thing is on, but it's not on. Should have maybe waited for the team, but also, what are they doing? Yeah, so this I could see being like a setup to go with. The thing with the turret and the drone is consistent damage, because one of the things you want is just consistently doing some damage, so that consistently some healing goes out. This, of course, is just like more in chunks. Honesty as well. That hits. That hits. Although that's also with. One of the things with these harder hitting things as well is I'm very much more likely to get the killing blow on things with a mortar than I am with a turret, because the turret is just doing like chip damage. If a striker is kind of shooting at that target, kind of as we discussed with the killer, the bigger hits being much more likely to get the kill. Kind of the same thing happens, but here I'm lobbing like a 7 million in one go. So I'm much more likely to get the kills and actually kill and get the overcharge or the overdrive. Or no, not the overdrive, the momentum. Words. Hard. RB. Anyhow, we zoom in. Zoom, zoom. And whenever you're running, one of the things to slow down decay is if you're running, you slow down how much you decay. It doesn't, in the PDS it was complete stop on the decay, but here it's not. It's a reduction. So one of the things is like if you're waiting for allies, it's just to, you know, do those F1 warm up your tires tactics. Somebody gets this one. Oh, it's not even. He's not even on me.
Agent down.
Yeah, actually, I think this maybe with BTSU would also be good. Because I could supercharge, which, you know, even reset hives for people. Because that's the one thing you can't heal, is just, if people don't know how the health gate and stuff works, if they take 2 hard hits, they go down anyway. Doesn't matter how much you've healed them. You gals like mortars! Oh, this time it is actually real, apparently. Okay, yeah, this time... Oh, no, actually it doesn't. No, no, no. Thought for a second there that the scavenge skills was real, but then I regen. And neither Tristan. The DLC, which they were talking about. The DLC got delayed. We don't know till when. It was supposed to happen with this season. It would come out with this season. But that got delayed, and that's just a reality we have to deal with. It's kind of sucks. Everybody's bummed about it, including me. I would have loved to have some new stuff content-wise as well, and they haven't really announced when it's going to be, except that it's definitely still in production, and they've hinted at year 7, but year 7 is like next season till, you know, and then a full year. So maybe not at the start of next. Oh, but then also they've talked about it being. They're gonna do an anniversary stream, which is gonna happen somewhere in March. They haven't announced it yet. It's a surprise. And they were talking more about it then. So. And this has all been like in recent streams and stuff, so. That's been easy to miss. No idea. Sadly, the current team does not have like infinite resources. I would rather as well them getting it out, you know, when they feel they're ready for it, instead of, you know, putting out a half-finished, half-broken thing. Because that would actually be the worst option, I feel, out of the options that we have available. Wow, that healing is actually But yeah, BTSG would be nice for the hive to more often have it. And then, yeah, we could have the chest as well. Our damage would be much lower. This actually, the mortar hits for... Although this is partially with overdrive as well. Or with momentum, but... That mortar is hitting for 7 million. That is enough to kill a purple solo. Not that this is per se like a solo setup though, but that is more than I expected it to hit for. There for a 10, but that's the overcharged version. Because that's the thing as well with this modifier, it is also skill stuff. We get overcharge, we get skill damage, which I kind of really like. Like last season, I barely ran Eclipse just because most of the time it didn't make sense to run Eclipse over, especially as well. We had no regen, so I was just running combat non-stop. Although my hive is already back, we have a little bit of skill haste. Is this guy called Nintendo? Oh no, it's a Nintendo. Ninja Bike. Oh wait, that Waldo as well. What is this thing doing here? Negotiator chest is a pretty bad option. I get the feeling as well they're about to get down here. I'm gonna try to heal them up. This will be a good check. Oh, that's instant. But yeah, they have fragile armor on here, so one of the things is I can't heal that fragile armor. Like if my allies get armor broken on themselves, I can't heal that. That's also the interesting thing. If they actually had put no regen on this season, that I feel would have been a really good you know, good incentive to kind of run this as well. Because honestly, there's no real reason to run this now. At least, for instance, in Summit, we can have, yeah, no regen on. But this is actually doing okay. I'm kind of curious to see at the end of this. When did I join? It was like the second room or something, right? Oh yeah, like past the first room. Kind of curious to see how much damage I do. Let's see.
Then you're gonna have to find a way to
how does the overcharge work? Do you mean just specifically the skill overcharge? Whenever you're like, I have that red bar. Whenever it's at full, that's when I'm overcharged. Like all your skills are overcharged at that point. And it's also independent of skill tier. So even if you're a red build, your skills are overcharged. See if it's rogues. I'm gonna overdrive here. That puts me at overcharge anyway, and we'll stinger murder everything. I'm already gonna zoom forward and try to catch this one. Oh wow, I can get so much forwarder than I normally can. Although this is also me dying here. I'm mostly dead already.
Take out the turret. Get out!
Because yeah, normally you can't get up here this fast, but now we can. And I'm gonna camp those two spots. Else kind of spawn here. But then whenever like that bar is now full, I'm in the final step. It's that little tiny bit at the top. As long as we're in that, we're overcharged. And you can kind of see it on the skill and stuff as well, that it's overcharged. And yeah, we have actives, for instance, like overdrive there to kind of help get to the top right away, because whenever I trigger that, I go all the way to max, but then afterwards there's a penalty on how much momentum I gain. But being at max momentum and having an overcharged skill, and I can murder everything pretty well, means that yeah, I can keep it. We can keep it up after.
They're bound to be expecting you.
You know, we pop that little blue pill and then we keep it up. But yeah, watch out if you're overcharged for more than 4 hours. Consult your doctor if you.
What the hell is that?
If you're overdrive.
Toward a below
for longer than 4 hours.
They're escorting someone who appears to be unarmed.
If Emmeline gets
Okay,
away,
zoom.
finding her isn't going to be easy.
And we got
Gotta
speed
stop
as
that
well.
boat.
Just gonna get the loot that other guys. Actually, that's the. Wait, what's that? What is this guy actually running?
Find a way to the shore and make sure that boat doesn't get away.
Why? Because yeah, in the past, like what they're doing here. So imagine this piece. This is one of those things as well. You can just do the math in your head. This weapon damage, it goes here with Fenris, right? You drop the skill haste, you have just the stat again. So you could do a blue core, Fenris, you would have the weapon damage up there. And this skill haste would be just, instead of this. So, and then you could have a crit damage instead. So what that holster is getting them is basically not much because of the haste. Like they could literally have Fenris there. And then if you have Fenris there, you might as well have Cheska instead because that's much better choice anyway. So. Like at least in the past,
An agent needs assistance.
And this is the downside of the mortar. Like I need to get set up and stuff before I can lob. 117k is not bad for the bleed. And I know. Although what I can do. One of the best tools against a sniper, artillery. Have you considered turning not just the sniper but the entire area into a mesh? And we have overdrive available again, so we're gonna use that.
What about Emmeline?
At the start of this fight.
Assuming that was her.
This game is always bug. There are definitely some bugginesses, but as well, the game is definitely, I was here on season 9 when it crashed and stuff. Those kind of things are much more annoying. Like bugs and stuff is so many games are made by much bigger studios even and maintained by bigger studios still have tons of bugs often. I'm gonna try to get my hive underneath here. Gonna try to get my mortar maybe here. Because my hive will kind of help on that side. I'm hoping these guys will just destroy the fuel tanks actually, because I don't have enough damage to do so. And my hive's taking care of business on that side. Let's set this up where I can... Wait, the other tank is still not destroyed? What? What? How? Hello? Oh. Are we farming kills? Is that what we're doing here? Sir? Madam? Don't worry, the skill build will murder that thing. Can be useful? No? Yeah, what are we farming? I just assumed like I was gonna get taken care of on that side. Oh. Kinda like this. Although yeah, it's And yeah, even with that overdrive, I'm actually at full stacks. What? Nice. Please, guys. How's there a 26 in here and they like aren't up here instantly? Are they trying to actually farm kills? Because this is the only goal here. This is actually... Can't believe, like, on a skill build, I'm the person finishing off these kind of... Yeah. What? Do they just not know? Because there's a 3 and a 1.3, but the 26k you would think would know, right?
Without their leader and their stronghold, the outcasts are going to be much less of a problem than before.
But please tell me what happened to the UIC. It didn't get a buff. It got a little bit of a buff. So the PTS buff was 13%, which was a lot, as I kind of as well highlighted. And I kind of also went like, maybe this isn't a good idea. Apparently they agreed. And they went with 4%. And 4% is still a buff to it. And if you were kind of using it before, like it's 4% better now. How was I second place here? Or well, actually, oh wait, no, it's like rolled over. But yeah, like on kills and stuff, because yeah, it's an outcast mission. We can't look at this because this is basically who hit the most weak points. But on kills, I'm still like, yeah, while also healing everybody. I'm gonna go get the pier ones here, and yeah, we can zoom for them. There's 2 pieces of loot on the pier here. Just to get everything, and I'm gonna, you know what, we'll give them a GG. None of them rushed and stuff, and they were kind of waiting, so. And hey there, Razzie.
Safe area entered.
But the UIC basically got around the same percentage as the other. The other two kind of got around 3%. The Mark 47 and the... Which one? Was it the lightweight? Was it? Which one was the other one? I think it was the lightweight, right? We can go look. And that, yeah, that definitely doesn't make it the god rifle that it was like kind of looking to be, but that's also a good thing because it would have completely, it would have been the only choice in the rifle category. It would have been the Lexington of the high-end rifles. So now the Mark 47 or the Mark 17 is overall, I think, one of the better picks, together with the SIG CQB. Yeah, what's the lightweight one for? And the main one has already also been updated, so you can kind of go look in here as well. So this now it's still, because now it's still at the bottom of the burst table, but it's a little bit more compressed than the last time. So it's still usable, mostly because it is really good for ammo conservation and it is really good for its handling. So it's still usable, but yeah, it's not going to become the thing that we were kind of fearing it was going to be. And thanks, 1T, for being a hype man. Just whipping people up. I guess I'll accept your measly terms. Wasn't me. I didn't pick anything. I do think though that maybe if it was the exact same stats as maybe the Mark 47, the Resolute, which is like a few percent higher than it, I think that would have helped it a little bit more. But anyways, it's definitely usable. It already was, and now it's just 4% more. So it does kind of feel weak though, definitely, in comparison to some of the harder hitters. But it's really good on the sustain end still. So. But also I got a reload buff. Yeah, I got a pretty hefty reload buff. Wait, what? Jealous? And what was that? Not the important stuff. Why do cows have hooves and not feet? They're lactose. They lack those. Yeah. Let's give that a good old groan. That dad joke, just a good old. And yeah, Funky coming through with the dad jokes. I kind of like this mortar version, but yeah, it's not good for the healing. Is the thing. Like a few times there, if I was a third drone, my third time drone would have just healed people up before I could there. But maybe more so in coordinated teams and stuff. This could be more so. Let's take a heroic once more.
You have received.
Oh, it's already 12. Time goes fast. Because likely we'll mess around a little bit more. Like we'll do this mission, whatever it is.
It might be nothing,
Is this mission like part of the daily or something? Or is it already here?
Because it isn't.
Not even.
Shut your damn mouth before I shut it for you.
What's the target?
Both of you shut up.
Marksman rifles.
Agent, priority objective available.
Wonder if the other guy is also running. It would be interesting if they put... If there was some graphical thing causing you to understand that you're being healed by this person. That's horrendous. Just ahead on this Fury, although in 4-man that's not going to work out too well. And this guy's hardwired. We'll have all the booms.
Hurry! Let's move!
There's no direct way into the main compound from where you are. If you can get up on the wing, you can detour around to the west along the quarantine barricade.
Yeah, let's just leave. This is also a long mission. We've done it already as well.
You have.
We'll open up that spot. Oh, somebody will fill that spot up. I was actually, when loading, let's actually check where we're going. Because if you don't know, when you get the invites, you can go here. And, well, they're in West Potomac Park, so likely doing either a mission there, hopefully. But some usually as well. If they're in the mission, it says the mission name.
Another agent
Lincoln.
is now in your group.
Longan. Striker and a Pesty. And no directives, that's fine by me. I want to mess around more with this.
Priority objective available, agent.
And later we gotta guys, yeah.
Another agent has joined your group.
I'm exposed!
Yeah, it would have been. Oh, I'm just so like this is like so weird to me. Like I would never choose to put myself down there. I can't even imagine putting your, because you have to kind of push up here. I'm gonna start cleaning here, and hopefully they'll push up, because setting up down there is like suicide. Fighting up instead of just fighting them up here. That's also why generally, like, if you see us in like coordinated teams, we're just pushing for this right away. There's no, because if you're gonna fight up a hill like that, you're gonna have a bad day.
Additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate.
But yeah, just out of habit, I was
It looks closed from here.
the aggressiveness that I
You'll
always
need to
do.
find a way to open that gate.
While he's in, I don't this. Sorry. Eliminate hostiles while using fortified shield. Oh, it's it's melees. I figured that also. It took me a while to figure that out as well. So it is eliminate with the fortified shield, but it's not like holding the fortified shield. You have to have the fortified shield out and kill with a melee. So sweet greens, basically. It's yeah, very. It's not worded well. It should be like melee kills while holding shield or something like that. But I at first as well was like, I don't think I understand what I need to do here, and then it clicked. Melee attacks with shield, yeah. But yeah, just use sweet dreams. So the exotic, that melee, and then reds and purples are instant kills, basically. And it's pretty easy to get it done at that point. I was expecting already the spawn there to happen. Okay. Not the quickest team. I'm gonna overdrive here because let's melt. Was pretty effective. This team is so timid. This is so weird for Lincoln, which usually is a mission where everybody's just like pushing way too hard. It's usually more the issue. This guy thinks these enemies are in here. They're not. They're downstairs. The funny thing is as well, there's like a 13k and a 10k. And it's just like super timid.
That can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to
Where I feel like generally this is one of those missions where it's more that people are way too aggressive. Zoom! I do like the zoom though. Just vroom vroom. Anyway, I'm just gonna run in circles here just to slow down my decay. I'm not sure if I run into stuff, if that actually slows me down and then it doesn't count. But as long as you're running, your decay is slower. Another shot I can make, right?
Locking the enemy down.
That worked out.
And it's gonna keep hurting.
What's that? Yeah, they were refractor. Okay, somebody inspected them. Yeah.
The true sense of turmoil into a base.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing I'm gonna mess around with making as well.
Can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
Give him an answer. I didn't pick that loot up actually, but that's fine. This set as well, or using it with mortar, yeah, definitely the amount of kills that I'm getting is way better. Just because I have a build that can actually do final, like, it isn't doing just a little bit of chip damage.
You wanna kill everybody in here? You hear that? Fuck this noise. I'm not dying to help with the ammo count.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Using those guys for extra momentum. What did I not? What? Also, Ricardo, if you could refrain from spamming emotes, like, yes, yeah, it doesn't do like much good, honestly. But yeah, it's also just spams the chat and stuff. So please refrain from doing that. Otherwise, I will have to like remove them. Farcam, the career. Right there.
Yeah, have some more. Stay right there. Anyone got spare?
Serious trauma detected.
See how much this heals me for. Oh, too full is the answer. Oh wow, the rare spawn over here. I'm liking this thing. But also I could just be running a mortar build because we're not per se making much use of the healing. Like some healing is happening here and there. Also, there's another refractor in this team, so they're also just adding healing here. Webcam, the curve was resulting.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
They're almost on me.
One of the things though with mortar builds and stuff is we can't go through door boundaries, so when I hit there, everything inside is still safe. And I can't actually target the mortar inside there, so they need to come out for my both my mortar and my hive actually to kind of hit them. So that's the one downside with explosive builds. But what we could have is a explosive sticky. Explosive sticky can go through the door boundary and like explode on the inside. I think I'm kind of liking this thing. I'm actually curious, yeah, how well we did in this. Especially on a mission like this, because yeah, this mission is very much, of course, a short range. Like, I can get my stinger hive under a bunch of enemies.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
It's one of those things as well. You'll get better at it doing it a few times then. Yeah. Oh, the boss man made it all the way out. That's a rare sight. Got some stacks. I don't have enough
Good work.
fire.
Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside.
On that boss fight, you definitely want to take the back off real quick. Just to... have that boss not go immune. And then we can zoom around. Wee, wee, wee. Like a little kid.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
I want to see the end credits here in numbers.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sun's infrastructure. We confiscated a massive
233 season pass XP.
near the campus. You should be proud.
And I'm already season
Saved a lot
pass
of lives
30.
today.
Oh, 92. 30. Yeah, enough pop-ups. Show me the end stats. Oh yeah. Although, well, they joined later, but yeah. Although I could do the same with the explosive build in here, especially when people are timid. We'll go GG and see you around.
An agent is no longer in your group. You are now group leader.
Leave them to it. The person. Maybe, but at least, yeah, it seemed kind enough to stop there and not push the issue. I've seen some chats be just that, and although usually that's more, yeah. Sometimes some other games and stuff, just emotes going by at 1 billion rates. It's usually just more annoying because you just kind of have to get past it and just try to find the actual people speaking. Yeah, let's see this back to base, and actually let's go mess around with the SMG, because at least on the yellow end I feel it's basically between these two, either mortar or turret drone. For now I think I'm gonna save it as the turret drone version that we had, which it already should be saved as, yeah. So we'll go with that. But basically because this gal also has an actual normal mortar build, so we'd always alter to that. The one that I would want to maybe try as well is to go with Stinger High Fire Cam. Basically Eclipse, but then not Eclipse. And then creeping that backpack. Because this should beat... This will beat Wyvern, right? Because how much skill damage do we have? So 10 watch, 25 here, 35 plus 60, 95. So that 8 is already pretty close to like a 4. Just a little bit over a 4. So yeah, this with 5% more does more. Also, this will make my weapon do 5 or 5% more. So that matters too. It's not just the skills. But yeah, at 100 skill damage, it will basically be halved. So if we have Wyvern at 8, Wyvern is 4 at if you have 100 skill damage. We're at 95, so a little bit more than 4, but yeah, that perfect glass. Because also we can take the hits. We're healing ourselves continuously. Let's leave this character behind. Yeah, let's go to... What do we go to? What do we grab? Let's go to her.
Safe area detected.
So Second Fury. Kind of liked it on both Strikers and Hunter's Fury, but I kind of like the upfront damage here a little bit better. Because it's basically a talentless SMG. Wait, did I actually put it in the stash? Also an important question. I did it. And now we have 5 exotic SMGs. Even harder to get the one you're looking for. Although, honestly, they've solved the issue with it being hard to get exotics or the exact exotics just by giving us, like, so much exotics. With the priority objectives and stuff, it's... I feel most players will be able to get, especially, like, the loot pool exotics pretty quickly. I shouldn't have optimized this thing before we had re-rolled it, although I just did like half of an optimization. We needed the max number there, but should have realized first. Let's try to get detox first. Let's see how many we get here. To get to that point, 1, 2 re-rolls. Okay, 2. And that's why I stream, just so we get streamer luck. Because also that one is basically 2 optimizations away. Although I don't have enough for... can I craft for this? Because normally you don't want to craft these. But we have so much resources. Because we just need 75. That's enough. Yeah. Let's just go with this. One of the things I wanted to see is if this affects it. Let's go check it at the range. I'm gonna guess no, because again, it's a talent. It's not doing damage in a direct... Although, well, the thing is, it's giving a damage marker, so maybe it can be reduced in this way. My guess is no. Let's see if guess is true. It does look like less, right? Actually. Also, that is more ticks than I feel it normally would be. We could count the ticks, but also let's see if we can just visually identify that. Should have just let it break. That would have been faster. Also, one of the things I didn't actually notice, but it turns out, because I've just never been done it that way, but while we're waiting for the thing. If you actually yourself, you can't actually murder yourself in here. I learned that while accidentally hitting one of the edges while I was like doing oxy in here. But yeah, you can't actually kill yourself in here, which actually makes sense because this thing also can't kill you, the damage self. But I just never apparently camped myself in here. I just always thought you could. As I also kind of give myself half of a heart attack. Shield is back full. Oh, that's a pistol. Actually, yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Let's let it fill up, and then we'll count how many. Maybe I make my shield a little less potent by just having some reds here, just so the regen isn't as much, so it goes faster. There we go. The new meta. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 and 11 and then 12 and 13. Yeah, that's the gun that it was. Just to make sure. Counting with Kia. All right, once it's back all the way to full. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5, and a 6, and a 7. Yeah, this is 8, and yeah, this is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, so 25% more. Okay, so the thing does actually apply to it. That could be an interesting interaction there. Still, yeah, still no, though. Like, who gives, like... It's also the enemies. Yeah, nah. Because you also need to do damage, so you can't... This would be handy for a tank build if this was just hit space, if this wasn't damage-based. Because it's the amount of damage that you deal, you gain 25% back as shield repair. So if this was like per hit, you get, you know, 3% back or something, even not a crit or something. This is good. This combination could make for a really hardy tanker. But here, yeah. But at least, yeah, so that's actually confirmed. Let's actually add that to this list. Add that to the patch. Provocator, Provo plus Ox works. Because I was very curious, like that's the only interaction that I was like, if that works, maybe the Provocator. The thing is though that, yeah, this costs you so much damage that honestly you would be better off just having the damage up front anyway. Yeah, let's go do something. Actually, yeah, she's on journey. She's on this journey. Because on all my characters, I actually did these journeys. That's also why I'm like level 92 now on the thing. Let's just track this journey and maybe go and see if we get a little further here. But basically, we just need hostiles, elites, and headshot kills. So elites, especially public executions. No any bounties? No. So maybe let's go get a bounty or two along the way. I'm just not gonna have any directives on. I just want to test this thing, so. So it works for journey in the shooting range. Yeah, a lot of things working there. Oxy, at the end of the day, well, unless you need explosives or specifically the Seeker, because you do need those. For other like skill kills and also just murder like blacklisted enemies, Oxy is like the way to go. Set the range to normal because also scaling is in there. Set the range to normal, use Oxy. You can get, you know, the blacklist enemies and stuff. You can use a recon drone, together with that directive that gives you more, or like when you pulse enemies, this one, well, you don't get this one till like very late. But so let's go with fortified shield. Oh, actually, no. So yeah, critical momentum, fortified shield, because even though that doesn't affect the percentage, of course, that the damage is per percent, but this still enemies are also shooting my shield. So. And then maybe this. Yeah, sure. Why not? Because it's either that or just critical. Actually, yeah, let's see how much this healing. Because that healing isn't also too bad. Now that they've made it 0.5%. Used to on PTS it was 0.50. Which is like, yeah, pretty hefty difference. Short range repair, repairs with crits, and then stick it to ground to destroy. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah, that would work as well. But yeah, I just, it wasn't a thing I'd ever considered at all. Like, yeah, that you can't kill yourself. It's obvious now, but I'm surprised that I've never accidentally like just camped myself there or something, because you would think I would have, right? I'm running this as if I'm a tech tank. Also, I noticed there that I was like, oh, my hive would get me, but remember when I put oxy there just to mess around with the oxy? But also, yeah, cool build, bro. I feel somebody should make a screenshot of this and then just, use it against me whenever we're of course running that for testing purposes. There we go. I was also like, yeah, we're not doing any damage, but yeah, we didn't actually trigger that, so we can go back for that. Okay. Silly as the thing looks, I don't also kind of like too much hate it. The laser just spinning around like that is... I haven't actually seen it on somebody else, I don't think. Like if you look at somebody else and if it like spins. So. Okay, let's get this public. Let's see how that goes for us. Although this public kind of sucks for shield play. There isn't enough good cover here. Good tall cover.
Holy fuck! Found it! Find what? Need to get a throwing range.
Now, especially with the modifier, where we can also heal a little bit with the crit.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I think here he'll heal here though.
Incoming hostiles.
That's enough
detected.
damage. I know. Not by the Tito anymore. I know you shouldn't just keep your shield out just because. Which is a thing I'm very much guilty of quite often because of tech tanks.
I'll destroy it all.
Hostile control point
Feel
nearby.
that, agent?
Man, those 10 rounds make quite a difference. One of the things in PTS was definitely that as an issue. And the thing with this is actually not so much even these kind of fights that we're having here. It's mostly, it gives you an option. One of the things that red builds always will struggle with, and why, you know, if you kill them fast enough, everything is fine. Like, that's the mantra of a red build, right? The thing is that some of the fights, you can't kill them fast enough, especially names and stuff, right? It just takes a few seconds just to burn them down. This, I could likely stand in front of a named, and at least until I have the reload, my shield would be fine. And then I should be, should be close to some cover. I just put the shield away, reload, will come out with the shield again, and I can just have the shield be in front of them continuously. For me, tech tanks will still be the easier way of doing somewhat of the same gameplay, but I can definitely see myself using this as well for just a little bit different play. But honestly, for activities like this, like even if this shield wasn't here, I would just, you know, I would just cover and just play it as if it's a striker.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
This does have enough damage. At the end of the day, this is still like, even though this one has, like here I have 2 blue cores. Should run this with, didn't she have intimidate? I have this one. Or we can just slap a memento in here. Yeah. Let's slap a memento in there. See how it feels now. Downside of the memento is until it's charged up, this build feels so much weaker. Vigilance does make a big difference. And then you can keep vigilance up because of the shield. So. You know what? Let's go get both of these convoys.
Identified.
No, you're right. Wait. Uh-oh. What did that? Nice of these guys to just stand there for seconds. And now, for instance, definitely don't need my shield up. These guys are not firing back.
Incoming hostiles detected.
This is our 4th firefight.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
They're reload. Although I should have just got
Agent down.
into cover there, but I was stuck on something apparently. Oh, I saw. Hi. Let's get overdrive. That's also the thing with the ults and stuff. Overdrive here getting us a ton more damage. You know, you have to be smart about it, get it up. Also, actually, yeah, we do more damage as well, so we shield, we heal the shield for more with each hit. So.
Are you all right?
Even more? What? There's an elite convoy? Maybe. But one of the downsides is you can't just have the shield out and kind of run. The thing I sometimes do of just like having the shield out and just kind of walking towards someone just to close the distance a little bit more. Oh yeah. And I could totally see people liking this SMG just for its gameplay. It's definitely effective enough to be used at the very least. Like, let's go get this public. And we're just gonna bolt it over there, try to not lose too much. And it is kind of nice for when we're even running between objectives or between activities like here. We zoom in. Also, overdrive is about to come out of cooldown again. One of those just kind of came back right away. And Actually, yeah. How about you actually hit my shield for a sec? Sorry, could you? Could you? No? Maybe I just leave him alive. So, actually, it's damage enough anyway. Okay, I can shield the shield pretty quickly. One of the bigger downsides is if you could heal the shield while it's put away, that would be much more powerful as well. But that would be a bit too much, maybe. Because then you could heal it without it actually taking damage. Right? Where's this lady even shooting? There's nobody up there. Anyhow, we didn't get both hostages. One of them sadly is no more. Over there, she say max health even with Oxpacker. Let's actually see. Should have overdrive available again, and it does persist through. It does persist through loading screens and stuff. Momentum. Same with striker stacks and stuff. That's not anything new. Okay. Just trying to clear my back there. Actually, I can even do it out of combat, right? Oh yeah, I shoot this. It's not going down at all until I drop. Let me actually. Yeah. I mean, I'm still at max. Because that's also the thing with this season, like, it's cool and all to heal your shield, but we can also just overcharge. There's this overcharged shield. Yeah, shoot me. Somebody should not shoot me. Oh, you're not gonna shoot me.
Access key detected.
Children, mothers, fathers, grandparents, friends, family.
Manual override required.
Were treated like animals on Roosevelt
Oh, there it goes.
I swear, the outcasts will burn every last one of
What was it?
Progress resumed.
Because we were no longer in the overcharge area. We weren't at that step anymore. But it was still not damaging. That guy's right, we should remember the fallen. All of those people that tripped and fell and broke their hips. Remember the fallen. As well, the memento is charged up. And when we both have the memento and the momento and the momentum, the Rouge momentum. Momentum. Sorry. In my attempts to try to get it wrong, I actually got it right. I apologize for getting it right. So we get that one and the other one. Oh, also actually, apparently I was having fun. I didn't notice it's already this late. I can't make it too late today, mostly because I'll have the option tomorrow to actually live stream in the afternoon. If I want to keep on schedule, tomorrow evening a video should go up, and we'll get that video done tomorrow afternoon. And I have a few ideas. Actually, I'm not sure which one I want to do, because one is just talking about a bunch of the things of the season that people may also have just not caught, because I feel a lot of people are still talking about Oxypummel when Oxypummel is no longer amongst us. Well, that's actually nice as well. Whenever you hit, you could take a little bit of shield damage and then hit that, and then the shield is invincible, of course, and while overdrive is up and giving you overcharge, and then you can heal the shield back up pretty well.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Zoom zoom. Because here the shield would normally take damage as well from the fire. Kind of like this thing, yeah. Only done 2 times for season 6. Nice. I might actually because after the stream, while I'm like kind of uploading and stuff, I still need to do some work stuff. I might actually try to get a character. Although all of them are at Journey 2, and that kind of is annoying because Journey 2 is the one that you kind of need to go grind outside of the range. Once you reach Journey, although if I got the Elite or the... As the Elites are almost done, the other 2 we could get at the range. Also, one of the things is here, actually on this character, I haven't done sitting at the range and trying... Oh, why am I running towards that? Sitting at the range and doing the momentum thing. And I actually have 3 stacks of those 60 seconds ones. I don't think you're going to get the 120 second ones at all. But without any real trying, because some of the times it's like this, like I'm just running from thing to thing, and it just decays just enough that it's by the time we get there, I'm trying this. I should... Diesel would be a good place to check this, I think. Just stand in front of Diesel and shoot the car and then see how much we actually heal for. Zoom zoom. And actually with the crit heal and then also having the Hunter's Fury heal, that helps quite a bit as well. And here we also have Memento Regen. And also this season we don't have no regen, so...
Done. Did we lose anyone?
We can actually regen from there. Any more people being publicly executed anywhere? Man, can't you guys publicly execute more people? Yeah, that territory control always sucks. Let's go for something a longer fight, maybe. Actually, yeah, let's go spawn camp this. Let's see if we can do that. So they can fix it because fun detected, but fragile armor is still bad. I wouldn't say that fun detected is a good way to describe one of the most overpowered things in the game that was also making XP farming. Because yeah, there's, well, discussion is happening about Kenley. There's more places like this. And one of the things that was very much making that possible was Oxy with Pummel. The thing is as well, they Chatterbox and, for instance, other things still do work for the cams. So, but yeah, the chalking this one up to fun detected, I feel, is a little tone deaf. But also, that's not like they're not against, they're not our enemy. Trying to think of it in those ways is just a good way to become bitter. I wouldn't recommend living that way. And fragile armor, the reason that they don't fix it, first of all, it's very mitigatable. It's not exploitable, because that's always the thing. Like, things that are exploitable, you kind of have to fix, because otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, they're getting exploited. That's one of the things was as well, already, like, just bounty cheese by itself is something that, it wasn't cooldown. Or is it on cooldown? Yeah, it is on cooldown. I thought I had it already. I'm gonna likely die here unless I get this health back off. I was gonna overdrive and run in there and then like murder everything, but just gonna wait for my But yeah, generally the things like people go like, oh, they're anti-fight. No. But there is some things that just break balance. And even, for instance, yeah, bounty cheesing with Oxy, they're like made it way more effective. And there's other places like Kenley, which I won't discuss, but yeah, there's many more ways to break the game, and one of the tools to break it is now taken. Because yeah, Pommel Oxy lets you, because even still you can, you know, we have the Hermano. You can use Hermano and still get pretty good Oxys, but now you have to kind of, you know, you don't have infinite. You can't just put infinite damage in. Because as you might imagine, infinite damage is a little bit more than game breaking. And if they could fix fragile armor, they would. Like, that's not an argument. That's not an actual argument that they even like the devs would agree with for themselves. Because if they could, they would. The only downside is that, yeah, this is a game made by one team. It's being maintained by another. Fragile armor likely is like way deep in it. And also fragile armor, it isn't as if fragile armor always breaks. You can have it on, sometimes it bugs out, and then you just go to a safe house or grenade yourself if you're in a team or something and just get back up and go on with your life. And even in that way, it's still an easier directive to deal with than no regen. Where is this pickup? Where did I kill them? Don't remember. Maybe I go grab that pickup and then also I'll have overdrive again. It's getting off. Must have been in the street then. 45, gotta get that. Yeah, although keep in mind it's like literally the second day of the season. Were they? Oh, there. So it's meant for a whole season. But yeah, you can definitely grind through it, especially if you have multiple characters. That's kind of what let me get to as high as I am.
Hostile broadcast detected.
I did Journey 1 and 2 on all of my characters at this point. And even getting those, and each of them took like 40 minutes or something. And I wasn't even like going fast. I was also going for resources and stuff because you need to donate a bunch on Journey 2. Each of those kind of is like 11 levels in the season or something. So that adds up. And even then, like doing the journey even further, because this character is, for instance, on everybody else, like, except for my first character, everybody's on Journey 3, basically still. So if we get them even further. And also, yeah, do your weeklies. Like I haven't actually even done one weekly. Oh, maybe I should do that. Let's go finish. Maybe I do that before I log off. We'll finish off this. And then we'll go from empty to full. For a way to disable the zoom effect makes me crazy. It doesn't actually zoom, it's just the outside, right? Or is it actually zooming? Pay attention, because it just does a... It's more of a graphical effect just on the edges. I do wish the sound, you could change it, and especially the sound for when it drops down. Because that sound is just... I can, like, barely catch it. This guy is blacklist, so whenever he's shooting me, he's draining, basically, my momentum.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And that even goes through shields, I've been noticing. I'm not sure if they changed that, or if I just oh no, actually, I went back and looked at some footage, right? I misremembered. Because I thought, actually, shield was preventing that, but it turns out that that is not the case. Like, even if they're hitting you on the shield, you're still losing momentum. And I'm not hating this thing, although it doesn't, for instance, open up ability to go extra directives or anything, so it's not like super usable or useful. Still useful though. Kind of like it. It's a different playstyle. You try to get your shield up just before it gets hit and stuff, and especially with this modifier, I think it does well. But I would be curious to see, for instance, if we were to take it into Master of last season, how it would fare there. Oh, actually, I had another tier 2 for 60 seconds there, so. Yeah, let's go park this character. We also haven't checked the glove yet, much, but that'll be for later. One of the things I almost forgot is I had my character 1 is like, it just needs 6 names. One of the so those projects, I went back and looked at a little bit of the footage. Yeah, the kills are no longer shared. 4 names. Which kind of sucks. So they overfixed it. So now you have to... Overall, it's, or you coordinate and go like, hey guys, leave this one for this person, they still need to finish it or something, or you just set up as like full damage and just yoink them as much as you can and then leave them once you're done, kind of thing. So also, maybe I'm not even per se against that. Let's log out one there. Well, apparently I am making it a little bit later now. Let's go on to this character, which, yeah, I need 6 Black Tusks names. Well, I mean, I have some bounties likely. Or we go get some bounties, like Black Tusk. Although I've cleared a little bit of the invasion, so it would only be, we've cleared this part of the invasion for once. But I think... Oh, yeah, I have 2 bounties there. I'm just gonna go solo those, and then that's 6. Let's, though... Let's take 4. Let's get some XP out of it. I'm gonna take that pistol build again. I've been really enjoying this thing. Oh, this is double used. Okay. So that holster needs to stay with her inventory. And yeah. Take a wild guess where this bounty is going. What is the suppressor modifier even good for? Double seeker mine against blacklisted and drone damage, and that's it. I mean, yes. That's but keep in mind that that can actually be a good combo, because if I remember where the hell we're going, because you can have the seeker, and then together with that, if you run hardwired spam, you could run pulse and do these 2. The enemies scanned have a 25% for a blacklist mark, which will get you more momentum. This one sets things on fire and seizes them and makes them easy targets as well. For instance, while they're on fire, they're not going to avoid the seekers. So having a pulse plus seeker spam with hardwired, for instance, there's going to be a really good combo with that. And the seeker mine's doing double damage, like this, especially the big one. If you send it after somebody who's blacklisted, it can just one tap them, even if they're an elite or something. So, but yeah, you can also just have the clusters, and they can like kill anything that is below an elite, and you get more from blacklist and stuff. So, and you could even have the cooldown this one, but honestly, I think it's pulse plus seeker. But yeah, this is just a bonus to a skill, and it is actually, I mean, double is is a lot, because even like the drone gets 50%. But yeah, seeker spam builds with pulse and seekers could be actually a cool way to use of that.
Hostile control point nearby.
Actually, yeah, what do I have set now for this character? I guess let's keep kinetic, and then let's go. Although fortified shield seems like a little overkill here. And we'll go with this one. Because I'm not critting, like I'm pistoling, so we're not critting super often. So instead, let's have the 5% whenever they hit the shield. Also, actually, that's one of my journey things that still remains. But it's funny that other one, actually, no, this is that one. Oh, I did the healing, yeah, I remember now. I put my back to an enemy and then let them shoot my shield for a while. But yeah, that eliminate hostiles one is actually eliminate them with a melee, which yeah basically means sweet dreams with a crusader. And I just hear because of
Target is near you, agent.
We're going up against Black Dusk. I didn't want to deal with their special ammo, which is Disrupt. Hedgie, Jockey, and Muff. Let's actually, instead of our journey track, the weekly biz. This is gonna give me 1.2k as well. So we'll be level 93. It's annoying that, yeah, bounties don't give season XP.
System malfunctioning.
Although I think that kind of also maybe indicates, although maybe we're reading too, or I'm reading too much into it.
System restored.
Maybe they are aware of bounty cheesing. And that is their, not enabling that. And that's the downside of what they did of one thing is as well, actually, because we don't talk about it that much, but headshot kills and stuff give also more, and multi-kills give more momentum. Like anything that basically has an accolade. So we should be trained to aim high, but also what I should do here is just trigger. And here, because my RPM is so much lower, actually. Hello. What? Why? Oh, wait, what?
That's your target.
Okay. Oh, okay, so on this character it is that way now. Because yeah, the skill tissues aren't here. That is odd. Because that wasn't the case yesterday. Yesterday I had basically these settings. And it was the right way around yesterday. Because here, yeah, we don't have the skill tissues. My shield is freely available. Even though it's kind of visually showing it there. And yeah, special ammo is active. Luckily, named Black Dust gets shock round. So, God damn it.
Agent vital signs.
Yeah, let's maybe try the thing of like turning them all on and then all off. Because I think now we're in that state that like Bob was talking about. I hadn't encountered that myself yet. But... Okay. And then everything except that. Or maybe yesterday both of them on. That could have also been a thing. As a downside of disrupt brands, really not set up to deal with them on this one. Actually, I will see some with some of the enemies along the way here. Because yeah, maybe now those two are swapped. That's just want to make sure that if I kill them, does it drop skill tissue? No. Okay, so yeah. I mean, there's a whole, like, especially the season pass, I'm personally not too much in a hurry with. Definitely, yeah, getting the Oxpecker is kind of worth it, but that's at like 70. Oh, yeah. I'm like, what were we doing? Okay. Let's see now if they have special ammo, and then if I kill them, if they have skill tissues. And then, yeah, maybe visually, basically, those two are flipped. Oh yeah. Wait, did that other guy not drop one? Oh no, he did. Okay, it's just at the bottom of the pile. There's a pistol arrow too, so he's dropping some ammo. Can I just not hit this? What is this thing? This one also just drops loot right underneath you because it can't drop it there because it's out of bounds. Okay, so special ammo and scavenge skills can, in some cases, become basically swapped. Interesting. Because definitely, or maybe yesterday what I had is I had scavenge skill was just buggy on and it wasn't showing, but we were getting it, and then special ammo, I just wasn't paying attention that special ammo was on. That seems more plausible. Oh, I should have. So the thing I need to do is put my shield away after we make a kill, and then I can grab the pickup so I can pull out my shield again, because my shield is kind of important. Yes.
Target near you.
And likely we'll have a named group now.
System malfunctioning.
Okay, let's try that again, and then
System
in the right settings that I want them to be. Hopefully there's a rusher or something. Be able to kind of deal with them. It's actually, yeah, remove his ability to regen extra. Oh, hitting the wall there. God damn it.
Agent vital signs.
I didn't see those guys down the street. Let's just turn this into SM or the not pistol one so I don't have to be that close. And I heard them behind me and I knew it was already over. Where's my Jessica chest? So yeah, we instead of this one, we go with this one. Pop the bounty. Are we ever gonna get this bounty done? Maybe today. But yeah, the first that wasn't actually my fault. That one was though. That was me just being aggressive. And that also requires this. I can't up pistol on. Let's get the bighorn though. Congrats. And yeah, well done in Reach for helping out there. And yeah, enjoy it. And also, yeah, enjoy your rest. I'm guessing you made it a little late. Our server's down, as you might guess from me playing, it doesn't seem so. If you mean, if you have getting a server restart message at the bottom of your screen, that's just some bugginess that has been existing for the last few days. That's basically the server session that you're on restarting. What you have to do is, if you don't want it to actually affect you, you have to resession yourself. So go to New York and back, or go offsite and back, and then that timer will still be there. But it'll reach 0 and not do anything.
They won't see me coming. I've got you covered. Over here.
But yeah, it's kind of annoying, those pop-ups. I hope they actually like fix them, because they used to be like very rare, and nowadays they're like super common. We see them like once every few days. Journey mission, that's a thing. Hey, glad it's been working out.
Target is near you, Agent.
System curtailed.
And partially it kind of sucks that it is cheesable like that, but also, yeah, it doesn't
System back online.
make it like if people want to grind it. But also I would say like maybe what chat would just for grinding. Oh, I don't have overdrive. Named group of force here. I need to watch out. My memento isn't charged up yet. I'm not that powerful yet, especially on the tanky end. Also, yeah, I need to watch out with putting my shield away still. I do get shields. And at this time, we didn't accidentally get planked. And as well, inside we won't have... Actually, yeah, even there without overdrive, that was a longer fight though, but I'm like halfway charged up, so... Even without triggering overdrive and stuff, you can make stuff happen. Because here, I'm gonna actually go for the blacklist enemy, of course.
That's the target agent.
The one thing I have to watch out for is, yes, for instance, that guy had blacklist, so if he actually shoots me, he does drain my momentum pretty quick. So you just don't want to leave those guys up and, at least in a tech tank sense, shoot you for free, like this guy. What? Also, why didn't you set yourself on fire there? You should have. And then named with frenzy is actually kind of dangerous. You do have to respect frenzy. Okay, let's quick heal. No. And yeah, I am armor bagged. We'll just have to deal with that. Also watch out to not get more breaks. There he is. That guy, of course, goes first. Death pulse coming my way.
They're going for it. Won't let that happen.
End up going for the name.
You got the target. Nice.
It's because it takes a while, especially with that to kill. Medics, no medicing. Going down the middle is an interesting idea. What am I doing?
Serious trauma detected.
Where did I go? I'm playing really bad. Kind of frustrating myself with how bad I'm playing. But then let's also just, if we just want to get it done, let's drop those. Let's just get it done. But that's just a tiredness. Well, at least actually I just need one bounty now because I've already killed a few names. So we just need one bounty. But going to the middle of that thing, I was like doing it, I was just like, what am I doing? Why am I here? But then I still did it. So. Because yeah, positioning, it is very important. Because if I was just on the outside, the thing like that the tech tank needs to do is keep all of the enemies in front of it as much as possible. Putting yourself in the middle of a room is like the worst place to be, obviously. That warhound is gonna just drain me. It's also, I think it isn't how much damage they do. It's just how many times they hit you. Like every time they hit you, they drain like 1% or something, maybe. Because it doesn't look like if it's on a sniper or something and they hit you, it doesn't look like it's draining more than just like an SMG just drains you quite a bit. At least that's what it looked like. Give them the support NVIDIA or AMD. Technically for AMD, but I run it on NVIDIA. have never ran into specific NVIDIA issues or anything. But also, it's more of a, like, you have what you have. Dance with the GPU that brought you.
Target near you.
I'll say this time we won't have a names group here. But I don't think I've failed this much on a single bounty in, like, years.
System restored.
I have a hostile here. Got my target.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The overdrive didn't trigger there until, like, I pressed it 7 times. I'm gonna leave this till tomorrow. I'm just way too asleep to do this right. And there is no reason for me to, like, leave this for tomorrow and not get frustrated more. Because it's just a heroic bounty. How am I sucking this much? And the answer is I'm tired and we're making silly mistakes because I should have just taken that at range. The way that the build that I'm running is kind of set up for. But I was trying to, like, rush them down and then trigger overdrive, but then overdrive didn't want to trigger until it did, and then that was too late. Yeah, I'm gonna start setting up to raid someone. Let's see who we have available. Okay, do we have any others available? Actually, yeah, let's maybe, I think we'll go with the Loopy, who's doing some things and stuffs. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow and likely also in the afternoon. Because yeah, I need to record something basically. Sometimes work might get in the way. If that does, I'll just record it offline. But the plan is either we record only tips on the global event or just a rambling talk about, like, a ton of things, which is just, you know, like them fixing Oxy Pummel and Dark Winter and that you can do the journey at the range and scavenger part changes and kind of what that means for printer filaments. And maybe we'll do that one because that might be more interesting. But also people are interested in the... Either way, it's one or the other. And then we'll follow those up. But yeah, for now, I'm going to send everybody over to Loopy. I will be back tomorrow, definitely in the evening, though. Even if I don't come in, if I can't make it in the afternoon, we'll be definitely there in the evening. And this weekend actually looks like I don't need to work, but it's not completely clear yet. So I won't make any promises yet because it's a little... But it looks like I should be able to be free. So we'll be playing quite a bit. And I might even try to, maybe on second accounts, maybe do some shepherding. And even we might try to do some cheesing with shepherding and seeing if that still works. Because there is some cheesing you can do, and we might actually attempt that. But yeah, for now, indeed, GG's all around, and indeed, nights. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed this and weren't too much yelling at your screen of like, you dumbass, don't run into the middle of them, but I did. We'll get that project done tomorrow. But yeah, for now, I'm sending everybody over to Loopy on the Twitch end. You YouTube people, I can't do anything to you guys, so you guys are free to go enjoy existence, but for the rest of you, we're rounding you up and sending you over. And yeah, enough rambling for me. I'm just gonna say, as always, have a good night.